Hello to you all, and it is a pleasure to welcome you to the last day of the INC 30 online conference, and thank you all for being a part of it. I would also like to say a special greeting to INC Chairman Michael Waring and the Executive Committee for taking time to be with us throughout the event. The working group on dates, APRICOTS, and FIX will be chaired by Ahmed Boujbel, General Manager of Boujbel from Tunisia. The session will include a 60-minute discussion where our group of industry experts will discuss the state of the sector, supply and demand, and next production forecast in the relevant field of expertise. At the end of the discussion, there will also be a 20-minute live Q&A, so if you are watching through the online platform, please Get your questions ready and type them in the Q&A box. The chair will try to answer as many as possible in the given time. Now, without further delay, let me hand over to Mr. Ahmed Boujvel. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for taking the time to be with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Goretti. Good hello to everybody. Dear attendees, it's my pleasure to welcome you in this webinar. Our goal today is to offer the industry the opportunity to hear from a panel of experts about the state of the sector, supply and demand, and next production forecast for the three products: dried apricots, dried figs, and dates. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to thank all the members of the three working groups for their commitment to provide the INC with updated statistics, and also thank the INC staff for gathering this information, checking it, and publishing it in the different medias like Nut Fruit Magazine and INC website. Our goal today is also to have an open discussion about the development of the supply and the opportunities and challenges that it is facing. On the other hand, we'll be talking about the potential of our products in this new context of COVID-19 and the opportunities arising from this pandemic in terms of marketing and innovation in order to promote more our products as natural and healthy and push consumption up. To do so, it's my honor to welcome and introduce our three world-class experts. Let me begin with Hoda Asgharoladi, Managing Director of Hassas Export, Iran. Hoda is born in Tehran and holds a bachelor and MBA in business management. After graduating from university, she joined Hassas Export Company, which was founded by her father, Mr. Asadullah Asgharoladi, in 1953. Hassas started its activity with cumin seeds and continued with raisins, dried apricots, fennel, almonds, saffron, date, and pistachios. After her father passed away last year, Hoda is continuing her father's path and became Managing Director of Hassas Export Company. Our second expert is the unmissable Guillaume Pagi, Managing Director of Pagisa and Nova Foods, Turkey. Born in Izmir, Guillaume studied and worked in France, where he became a business graduate from ESC La Rochelle in 1991. He continued his studies and career in tandem in other European countries until 1994. He returned to Turkey in 1995 after backpacking through South America for a year, joined the family company and began his path to becoming Managing Director of Pagisa and Nova Fruit by working in the processing plant. The experience accumulated while overseas continues to be a key point to the company's success in their fields. Under his guidance as Managing Director, both companies are leading processors, packers, and exporters of dried fruits, supplying both the retail and the food industry, tactfully bridging the gap between producer and consumer. Our third panelist is Mark Maston, CEO of Julie's USA. Mark serves as the CEO of Julie's, based in Santa Monica. Julie's is a newly founded organic medjool date company, selling and marketing dates from the Cole family farm located in the Coachella Valley of South California. Mark has over 20 years of experience in development for health food and beverage brands in the United States and internationally. Prior to his position at Julie's, Mark was employed at well-known companies such as Pop Chips, Pop Wonderful, and Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds. Mark has been recognized among the top leaders in the Wonderful Company for setting strategy, developing annual operating plans, and executing against them. He has also launched Wonderful Pistachio brand in North America and globally, using integrated sales and marketing campaign and has gained California pistachio industry recognition for providing record returns for growers 9 straight years. Additionally, Mark is a director of Conrad Cold Brew Coffee Corporation since June 8, 2017. He possesses key insight on sales and marketing issues. Mark has broad experience with top leaders in the health, food, and beverages industry in the US and globally. In our today program, we'll be presenting the production statistics for the 3 products. After that, we'll talk about the development of the production site in terms of planted area, varieties, and origins. We'll also talk about sustainability. We'll then have a look on the consumption and talk about the impact of COVID-19 on demand. Finally, we'll talk about how we can take advantage of this new context to adapt and engage ourselves in new paths in terms of marketing and innovation. So let's move to the world statistics, and let's begin with dried apricots. Total production of dried apricots in 2020-2021 reached 172,000 metric tons. Turkey represents 52% of total world production. Iran was the world's second largest producer of dried apricots, accounting for 14% of the overall production. Last season, China, Uzbekistan, and Afghanistan accounted for the following 13%. For the next season, total production is estimated to be the same, with more or less the same shares for the 3 main origins. World consumption of dried apricots is 175,000 metric tons. Now moving to dates, world table date production reached over 1 million metric tons in the 2020-2021 season, a 10% decrease from the previous season. Saudi Arabia was the leading table date producer, accounting for 21% of global production, both in 2020-2021 and on average over the last 5 years. Iran, the United Arab Emirates, Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, and Iraq were the other highest producing countries over the same time periods. For the next season, total production is estimated to increase by 11% to reach 1,140,000 metric tons, with the highest increase in the following origins: Iraq, Egypt, Algeria, and the new entrant in date production, Libya, which is planning to go from 1,000 tons in 2020-2021 to 12,000 tons in 2021-2022. World consumption of table dates is evaluated at almost 1 million metric tons, with the highest consumption per capita in UAE and Saudi Arabia. Finally, global dried figs production in 2020-2021 season was estimated at 148,000 metric tons. Turkey maintained its position as the world's leading dried fig producer, accounting for 58% of the total, followed by Iran, 17%. The following 21% of global production was divided among Spain, the United States, Greece, Afghanistan, and Italy, with shares ranging from 7 to 1%. For the next season, total production is estimated to reach 152,000 metric tons, with a slight decrease in the share of Turkey, which is estimated to go from 58% to 52% in 2021-2022. World consumption of dried figs is 146,000 metric tons, with Iran leading the consumption per capita rate. So now let's move to our discussion, and let's begin with the production side. Dried fruit production has increased over the last decade, reaching 2.9 million metric tons in 2020-2021, 22% above 2011-2012. Dried grape production accounted for 42% of global production, with table dates accounting for 35%. The remaining 23% was split into dried cranberries, 7%, dried apricots, 6%, prunes and figs, 5% each. In 2020-2021, total dried apricot production was estimated at 176,000 metric tons. Turkey led global production in both 2020-2021 and the last 5-year average, accounting for 54% and 57% of the world share, respectively. So, Guillaume, what can you tell us about dried apricots production development in Turkey, and especially the risks over its sustainability? Is there any program supported by stakeholders in the sector to prevent these risks?
Thank you, Ahmed, and hello to everyone. So the apricot crop is always subject to the risk of frost at the springtime. This is a recurrent issue, and we go through it just about every season. And this year we were fortunate that the frost happened early and therefore did not damage much the development of the fruit. And then it happened later, but only on a restricted area, and therefore, again, we were spared any serious issue with the development of the fruit. So we're looking at a healthy crop without any quality issues for the moment. Obviously, it's too early to say. As long as the fruit is not dried, we shouldn't say it's safe. And we've seen an example of what can happen with the prunes in Chile, and where the crop is almost safe, and then you can have a disaster at the drying time. It hasn't happened, and we don't wish that on anyone. It hasn't happened on apricots, and the main issue that there is therefore frost. There is not much to do to mitigate frost because of the high plateau altitude. On the other hand, water is not an issue in Malatya. Maybe it could be a bit reversed because the supply of water is abundant. There's been a creation of dams, and that has increased the moisture, which is not ideal at the time of drying. So maybe that's something that, within hindsight, we wished we hadn't done. But water is so crucial, it's so important. For example, we have just the opposite problem in on the figs area, where water is an issue, and where specifically for this crop, we're seeing shortages, lack of availability of rains and water to water the fruit, and that's a little bit of a concern for the development of the fig crop. With regards to programs, there's one program in place. It's not about sustainability, but it's about keeping stock to make sure there is availability, and also to maintain a certain market level. And that's the TMO, which the last few years has been purchasing fruit directly from the growers for these two items in Turkey.
Thank you, Guillaume. So let's go on with the figs and talk about global dried figs production in 2020-2021 season. That was estimated at 148,000 metric tons. Turkey maintained its position as the world's leading dried fig producer, accounting for 58% of the total, followed by Iran, 17%. So Hoda, the question is for you. Iran is the second largest dried figs producer worldwide. However, in terms of export, the Iranian origin is absent. How can we explain that? Hoda, can you turn on your micro? Yes, now it's okay, Hoda, thank you.
Hello everyone. It's my honor
Hi.
to talk about fig, one of sacred and heavenly fruit that God swears to fig in Quran. In terms of Iranian origin fig, we have two kinds of fig, sun-dried and fresh fig. The noticeable Iranian origin sun-dried fig is cultivated in Estahban in an area of 47,000 acres. It is so much unique and you can't find it in other countries. Interestingly, this kind of fig isn't fresh. It is dry and doesn't bear any similarity to other kinds existing in the world. It is dried in the tree in sunlight with 10% moisture. It doesn't need any machine, chemical, or sulfur to dry. Amazingly, this kind of fig doesn't need irrigation. It has a 20-meter root and 2.5-meter height. If you water them, all damaged. The annual production of dried fig is about 25,000 metric tons per year, and about 40,000 metric tons have been exported since 8 months ago. Due to the reduction of rain, it's predicted in 2021 we have a little decrease. Iranian origin completely covered market. Most of them are exported to China, Australia, Japan, Europe, and Canada. And we have exported in bulk and fancy packing. I think it's exists in the market as the data shows. That's it.
Thank you. Now let's move to the dates where we have seen that world table dates production have reached 1 million metric tons in 2020-2021 season. Over the last decade, table date production have grown at an average of 4% per year. This growth is mainly explained by two factors: the growing demand for this product and preparation for the post-oil period in most oil-producing countries that are big producers of dates like UAE and Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, and with regards to varieties development, we are observing an important increase in the production of specific varieties like Medjool and Deglet Noor. The Green Morocco Plan launched by the Moroccan government in 2008 led to a 30% increase in the total area planted for Medjool variety, going from 48,000 hectares in 2010 to 63,000 hectares in 2019. In the case of Tunisia, total area planted for Deglet Noor variety went from 14,000 hectares in 2010 to more than 46,000 hectares in 2020. This increase is explained by the growing demand for Deglet Noor as a snacking product, but also as an ingredient for many industries like the bars industries. However, this development in Tunisia in terms of planted area and quantities was made at the expense of water resources, resulting in water deficit, total reduction in the quantities of water in production areas, and soil salinization and hydromorphing. Professionals in the sector are putting pressure, so they are aware of this problem, and they are putting pressure on the local authorities in order to put in place regulatory measures. Mark, tell us about date production in California. What are the challenges for its growth? How do you see the future for growing dates in California? And tell us a little bit about Mexico. Is date production growing faster there? And if yes, why?
Hello, everyone. So in California, basically California borders Arizona as well as northern Mexico. And across 5 different valleys, dates are grown here. So Coachella, the Imperial Valley, Mexicali in northern Mexico, the Bard Valley in Arizona, and Palo Verde. And we generally see more plantings in all those areas, primarily Mexico. And I think it's generally farmers and growers are interested in, I'll say, the growing date market and growing date demand. And I think to me, the biggest challenge is the cost of labor here in the US and California. We were subjected to quote unquote hero pay this last year during COVID. So for those who don't know, what that means is we had to pay higher costs for labor because of the risk of COVID. And that was a major cost factor for us. And of course, in California, minimum wages, that's also a growing minimum wages, I should say, is an ongoing challenge. And then last but not least, the cost of water. So I think compared to the global production of dates, to a certain degree, production here will be stymied by the higher cost factor than in other countries around the world. At the same time, I believe that there is opportunities to grow demand here, and that I'll say things will, balance out over time, and those growers can hopefully make money that have recently invested in plantings. And there's an opportunity to again continue to grow demand here in the U.S. But on the supply side, at least here in the short term, I feel like there's plenty of dates.
Thank you, Mark. Now moving to consumption, dried fruit export totaled approximately 2.8 million metric tons in 2019, increasing at a steady rate of about 130,000 metric tons per year. On average, overall consumption has risen by 80,000 metric tons per year from 2009 until 2019. Sales of table dates dropped down during Ramadan 2020, and this decrease was accentuated during Christmas, mainly due to the pandemic. Lockdown, curfew, and the other restriction measurements slowed down the sales. Industry market, and especially bars industry, has decreased significantly in the US market, having a direct impact on carryover, shipments for this destination, and prices of raw material of the following season. Moreover, importers and local traders faced some difficulties to forecast consumption and were not able to sign long-term contracts. The purchasing was therefore done step by step, and a lot of flexibility and reactivity was necessary. Guillaume, from your side, how did the proportion of each market change after COVID-19? How did you adapt yourself to maintain your activity?
Okay, so very early when the COVID started, obviously we saw the immediate effect was a huge demand on products that were dry and could keep for a long time, and that was very sudden. And so dried fruits just were falling into the range of what customers wanted, together with pasta cans, etc. So we just saw shelves emptying, and the only limiting factor was how fast we could produce. Obviously, on the other hand, we were short-staffed because of the restrictions we had in the confinement at the time. So there was a lot of difficulties when in the early days of COVID in March last year, when it hit our major markets, and here also in Turkey. And then we saw the consumption of dried fruits sold into the supermarkets, the retailers, to be quite strong, with an increase year on year up to 20, maybe 25%, depending on the product, depending on the line. But at the same time, almost a stop in all the consumption that were out of the house. So mostly figs and apricots did well, because it can be used as home cooking, and it's also considered healthy product. And because of the pandemic, people wanted to stay healthy, and so that is something that they've consumed, dried fruit. What's changed today, I think, is the consumption used to be more or less flat or increasing year on year with the population increase where it increases. But the production was what was limiting factor. We couldn't forecast production for the reasons we mentioned earlier, like crop failures or frosts or whatnot. But now we also don't know what the consumption is going to be. Are these new habits going to stick or not? So the forecasts have become extremely complicated. And so policy of the buyers is sometimes remains a mystery to us. The timing of the tenders are counter-cyclical with the crops. And we've worked our way around it until now, but it feels it's getting a little bit more complicated every year.
Thank you, Guillaume. Hoda, from your side, did you face some difficulties to ship dates for your traditional markets for Ramadan 2020? And did COVID-19 impacted export prices of Iranian dates as we have seen it for the Saudi origin?
No, we didn't have any shipping problem for Ramadan 2020. At that time, Corona didn't affect the shipping system, and the market very shocked due to the city's lockdown. Regarding customers, we care about quality, price, and delivery. Last year, we could manage price and quality properly. However, orders weren't delivered on time due to international shipping disruptions from September 2020, after Ramadan. Shipping problems gradually began. Shipping lines congested. It was difficult to find containers or space on vessels. Prices started to rise sharply, doubling or tripling in different directions, especially in routes to New Zealand, Australia, China, Mexico. And many of our exporters who had contracts faced with problems. Unfortunately, the problems congested everything. And we don't have any noticeable change in the date prices. And the amount of demand was directly related to lockdown. When it was lockdown, demand decreased. And as it was eliminated, demand increased. So there was no noticeable difference in prices. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Now vaccination campaigns are taking place in different places and area of the world with different speeds depending on the country. So the question is for everyone, are you optimistic for next season regarding demand? What will be the challenges and how can we prepare ourselves? So I would ask Mark first to answer us.
Thank you. I'm personally very optimistic. Ahmed, you mentioned previously that like on the go bar consumption was affected by COVID. I live in Los Angeles and we gauge economic activity by traffic on the 405. And I've seen traffic increasing substantially, literally just in the past few weeks. And of course, the different states in the US were at, I'll call it different vaccination rates, but as vaccination is happening, and now adolescents are being vaccinated, I think there's just a general turn in, I'll say, mood and feeling about, where we are now in the future. And I was just reading an article this morning that Airbus is quite optimistic about travel and all this. And I think that we're starting to see that and experience that now, which I believe is going to be fantastic for consumption. And I think too that, the 14 or 15 months that we've all experienced this awful pandemic, it's, made us relook at cooking at home here in the U.S. Cooking at home and with dates. Dates make a great ingredient in all sorts of different home cooked meals. So that's an opportunity. I think there's a general increase in terms of consumers looking for healthy products. And my own point of view is dates fall right into that. And then the ongoing trend of, I'll say, sugar replacement or refined sugar replacement, and dates being kind of a perfect alternative sweetener, again, plays right into that. And last but not least, I think dates known for antioxidants and, again, general consumer awareness around the benefits of antioxidants and, again, healthy foods, that bodes well for increase in consumption. The one thing we did see is where many retailers here in the US would put out dates in a 5-kilo box, and consumers would pick up, I'll say, however many they needed. That, I think that's pretty much going away, where retailers like Sprouts would have, quote unquote, a bulk section. I think that they're re-looking at what that bulk section may be for dried fruits and nuts, and we'll probably see more packaged products here. So I think that, but I don't think that will fundamentally affect demand. I think it's just a change in terms of, I'll say, packaging and how products are provided to consumers. And again, back to the traffic on the 405, I think as more and more people are traveling and on the go eating is coming back literally as we speak.
So very, very positive vibes from the US.
Totally.
That's good.
Yes,
That's good.
And I'm hoping the rest of the world, that happens quickly. That's in my prayers.
Yes, I'm sure that it will happen, because I think after 1 year of being blocked, so people are more wants to go out and come back to normal life, let's say.
Yes.
And they want to explore new things. They are more aware of their health. So I think it's very, very positive for our products. I'm sure it's very positive. I hope that they will have money to spend on our products as well, because this Corona crisis unfortunately have serious damages on employment, because many people lost maybe their jobs. But anyway, we hope that things will balance, and all the best for our products. Guillaume, do we have some positive vibes from your side?
Obviously, we all hope that the vaccination will bring us back to the old days, or with an improved experience that we've had in lockdown these past 15 months. So hopefully we won't do the same mistakes as we've done until now. And certainly we'll have to adapt and do things differently. Already we see problems that we have to solve. One of them is related to freight. The other one is a huge demand on recyclable packaging. I mean, we somehow with the pandemic understood there's something that we need to do and to take care of this planet. We knew it, but it is all on the back of your head, and it's difficult to focus on a day-to-day business that you're running, where you have problems flying across the board day in, day out. But when you take a step back and think about it, is the real question is it's not next crop, it's not the one after. It's what about 10 years from now, 15 years from now? What do we want to leave behind? What do we want? Do we still believe that if we continue like this, we'll be able to harvest apricots and figs and dates in the same areas that we are doing now? So, we need to step down from the daily rush that we have. And right now it does feel like a masterclass on crisis management on a daily basis that we have with all the issues. But ultimately, yes, when we are able to go back, we hope there's some sanity in everybody's approach that, yes, we'll focus on being more healthy, but just be kinder to the environment. The environment hasn't been kind to us lately for whatever reason caused this virus. It's here, and we have to deal with it, and maybe there's a lesson to be learned.
Oh yes, absolutely. I'm totally agree with you, Guillaume. Thank you for this very true comments about the environment, the importance of environments, and the importance that we have to question our way of doing things, our way of living. So I think it's important, but more important is the speed to adapt to all this for our company, for our businesses. How can we adapt ourselves and with which speed? Hoda, from your side, what are your thoughts about the future? As we are seeing that we are approaching the end of this pandemic, and what can you tell us about this?
We hope that the situation in the society will return to normal after the vaccination. I'm sure the demand has grown due people are paying more attention to the food they eat, and they care more about their food than ever before the pandemic. And last year, many people gave up on necessary purchases. They tried to improve the quality of the food they consume to boost their immune system. In my opinion, the most important thing is to raise awareness about the benefits of nuts through the media, digital media, and news. During the pandemic, the digital market grew a lot, and we must prepare ourselves for a greater and more permanent presence in the virtual market.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Hoda. Yes, everybody is waiting to come back to normal, but everybody is also talking about the new normal. And our challenge is how to take advantage. What is the new normal, and how to take advantage of it? And I think that this new norm, in this new normal life, the place of digital is very big. The place of natural and health is very big. So we have to take into account these parameters and others, and see how we can respond to these new habits and new consumer habits on the long run. On the long run, as Guillaume was talking, taking care about the environment is very important. So all these are questions to be asked and questions to be answered with a lot of humility and a lot of thinking. And this question must be at the same time answered quickly, as our organization and businesses have to react to them. So now let's move to the marketing side of our respective products. And COVID-19 have changed significantly, as we were talking, our consumption habits by paying more attention to what we eat. Moreover, lockdowns obliged us to spend more time at home and come back to our kitchens and pots and pans. So Hoda, COVID-19 represents an opportunity to educate more the consumer about the benefits of our products. Do you think that COVID-19 will push consumption of our products from being seasonal to consumption throughout the year? And now, and here I'm more talking about dates, as we know that dates, the consumption of dates is seasonal and related to Christmas, to Ramadan, and to other religious festivities.
COVID-19 is the beginning of a period of new crisis, but we changed it to a new opportunity. As you know, during this period, many industries and businesses were closed or suffered from huge losses. Among which, to raise health and food industries were an exception and weren't damaged. Corona is a great opportunity to raise health and nutrition culture and for people to do more research on the nutritional content of foods consumed more consciously. Develop public health to maintain healthy and stay away from the consequence of corona has risen. Homemade food consumption and using healthy and nutritious food has changed all increased. They need a healthy diet and a choice of vitamin-rich foods. Nuts can be a great option. Dates and figs are two historical and traditional fruit that are mostly consumed on special occasions such as Ramadan, funeral, and Muharram ceremonies. In fig-rich areas where figs are used a lot, people's hair goes less gray and white. People's bodies' calcium is higher, and the rate of catching cold is very low. Figs are also used to treat blood pressure and control blood sugar. Dates are a source of energy, vitamins, and minerals. The per capita consumption of date in Iran is 8 kilograms per year. In our culture, athletes, especially mountaineers, use date omelette in Ramadan. A date milk, date breads, or a date confectionery are used to strengthen the body. And date also strengthen the immune system, and they are high in iron and a good substitute for sugar along with tea and coffee. As a sweetener, dates used in the bakery, confectionery, and chocolate industry. By extensive advertisement and raising people's awareness about nutritional content of dry nuts, and additional, by creating innovative recipe, we can convert date and fix seasonal consumption to permanent one. That's it.
Thank you. It's been now more than 1.5 years that I did not travel to meet our customers in their countries or even during the exhibition. And I guess it is the case of many professionals like us. At the same time, we have seen the spectacular rise of the video conferencing and the boom of the digital marketing. In our case, we have been promoting our brand in Southeast Asia through social media for 6 years, and the results are spectacular. We have put in place many promotion programs in order to develop brand awareness, as this part of the world is one of the biggest consumer of dates and one of the biggest user of social media. We can cite as an example actions like email marketing through ebook, cooking contest promotion through influencers and bloggers. COVID-19 represents an opportunity for us to reinforce these actions as consumers are more connected and digital marketplaces are gaining importance. Now, Mark, what is the place of digital marketing in your business? And did COVID push you to pay more attention to it? And is there any concrete results from your side?
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed. So what was interesting for us is as COVID was happening back in March last year, we saw, and of course, it was just before Ramadan too. So we saw a spike in our Amazon sales, and it was rather extraordinary. And we also do business through a platform here called Thrive Market, Thrive Market is also, I'll call it a digital grocery store, essentially. And I remember that at that point in time, Amazon was so overwhelmed, they were actually shutting down the ability to put new products on Amazon. And Thrive Market was not taking on new customers. So they felt like they had to serve the customers that they had and weren't taking on new customers. Now, this was, my recollection was about over kind of an 8 to 10 week period, and then things normalized after that. We literally ran out of product that was on Amazon at the time. And I think as there was a trend towards, I'll call it online shopping, particularly amongst younger consumers, I think what we saw as a result of COVID is e-commerce took a leap forward. Like what would have normally taken 5 years happened in 6 weeks. So yeah, it's been a huge change. So for us, our company, we're highly conscious of, I'll say, digital marketing. We're highly conscious of our Amazon presence. Obviously, we're not the only ones. And I think that I'll say that shopping platform is super important to really any company marketing a consumer product. The other aspect for us is, advertising and communication. And I think obviously Instagram is a big part of that, and our presence on Instagram and recipes and sharing recipes. And of course, and this probably, I'll say, started in Asia and moved around the world, but TikTok videos and how that's affected kids and adults in terms of, I'll say, fun recipes and things like that. So, we're always kind of challenging ourselves with, how do we come up with ideas that can be, I'll say, interesting and shared across these platforms. Because you're competing obviously with not only, you're competing with other products and other ideas. So it's not easy to, I'll say, have something go viral, but of course we think about it a lot. So I think that, and I think the other phenomenon that's happened here too is Instacart. So people essentially shopping for you. And I don't think, in my own opinion, I don't think grocery stores are going away, because I still think with food, particularly, people want to have a connection to their food, and there's that social nature of, I'll call it, going to the market. So in my own opinion, I think that'll continue. But I also think that those online platforms and, getting product delivered to your front door, that's here to stay too, and will continue to grow. I mean, at least here in the US, there's, you can't move around your neighborhood without seeing an Amazon truck go by. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's just the way it is. So I think I'll say our presence on these platforms is, in my opinion, super important.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mark. So, last topic, innovation. And it's not a secret for anybody that product innovation is one of the key for long-term development. This new context of COVID-19 is a perfect opportunity to promote consumption of our products by presenting them differently, whether in different packaging, as we were saying, or transformed. It is all the more crucial to do so, to do this, since our products are healthy and natural. As we said earlier, consumers are giving more and more importance to learn about the products that they are consuming, their origin, the way they are produced, their benefits, their usage. On the other hand, social media is playing a big role as people are more connected and they are exchanging experiences and thoughts. I'm convinced that the combination of product innovation, new consumption habits, and digitalization is the way for a bright future for our product. Guillaume, I heard that in many INC conferences that you talked about non-sulfured apricots. So, do you think that dried apricot supply should invest more in promoting this kind of product or this quality? And what makes the difference in the eye of the consumer? And do you think that it's an opportunity to promote this product for each stakeholder in the sector?
Yes, well, first of all, it's not an innovation. It's been there for a number of years now, at least 15 years, and it's been growing. It's been now for 5 to 6 years, the bigger seller compared to golden apricots on the domestic market in Turkey. So today, natural apricots are sold at a premium and also in bigger volumes than golden apricots in Turkey, and the taste is very different, and it's a wonderful product taste-wise. So you have a different experience when you eat a golden apricot and a natural apricot. So there's been trials to develop natural apricots, but people know it today more as an organic apricot, which obviously doesn't use the preservation to keep the color that we know in apricot as fresh, which is this golden orange color. I think today it could be a wonderful alternative to prunes because fruit-wise, it's a very similar product to prunes. And for example, a rehydrated, soft, natural apricot could be a wonderful alternative to prunes if that's required, specifically that we know the situation of Chile and France and the short supply that there is in both origins. On the other hand, the trend now is recyclable packaging, and there's a number of targets to get a certain percentage, depending on each retailer, of their packaging to recyclable. And it also means additional cost because it will cost more to have recyclable packaging. But obviously the bigger question is do we recycle it? You know, it's all good to make a recyclable packaging, but if it's just thrown away or burned, there's no point. So we have to make sure that the whole chain is ready to work when we move to something, and make sure it's not just a fashion to do it this next 5 years and then to move on to something else. But product-wise, you know, our products have been around for very long. Nature produces them. We just tweak here and there, and we call that innovation. But you know, the real thing is proper selection of quality product at origin as raw material, and to ensure how we get the good product. And I think ultimately, as you were saying, this is what our customers are looking for.
Yeah. Thank you. And talking about organic, what we saw in our industry, in the date industry, that date ingredients like date paste, date syrup, or date powder are gaining importance in the industrial market, and especially in the organic one. These markets are looking for natural and healthy sweeteners alternative. So Mark, what can you tell us about the potential of date ingredients in USA? And what are your opinion about the key success factor for their developments?
Yeah, I continue to be, I'll say, extremely optimistic on that front. And again, I think to me, the roots of it come from product developers looking for more healthy healthy sources of ingredients. And the fact that a product like dates is essentially kind of a perfect alternative sweetener in terms of a natural source, I think lines up well with product innovators. I think too that in terms of innovating too, that there's opportunities to improve or get better at how we communicate to consumers and how we bring new consumers into our products. Specifically, I'm thinking dates. Here in the US, the consumption of whole dates is still, in my opinion, a super small number of households in the US, consumer households buying dates. And I think that, we need to be more innovative around how do we bring, new consumers into that. And I'd like to go back to something Guillaume talked about, and that is packaging and sustainability. I think in products like ours, there are opportunities to be more innovative in the packaging and the sustainability aspect. In our case, we got inspired by what we're seeing in Europe, and to a certain degree, that has been legislated there in terms of I'll say more paper-based packaging. But we continue ourselves to look for what would be compostable or what's considered compostable at home. And I think, again, products like ours that are fairly durable and don't need as much protection possibly as other products, I think we can be more on the cutting edge of bringing those sustainable packages to bear. And I believe there's also a change afoot here in the US, and I think we're catching up to other parts of the world where consumers are more conscious of packaging and the sustainability aspect and recyclable and compostable and all that. So that's where I'm putting my mind in terms of thinking about innovation and continuing to look at how we can make the packaging around our products, because the products, to Guillaume's point, have been around for thousands of years. We just need to, I'll say, present them in a way that consumers can appreciate and understand, and also appreciate the packaging that they're in.
Thank you, Mark. So we have finished the 4 topics that were in the program. So we will move now to the Q&A session. And we have one question here regarding dates crop. The question is, what can we predict from date crop this year across origins? So maybe Mark, you can tell us about the forecast of the Californian crop.
Yeah, I think it's still early in the season, and I think what we're always I'll say highly conscious of is really the harvest period in terms of what effect that may have on the crop. Thus far, everything is, I'll call it, good. Temperatures are good, everything good. The big factor we're always highly conscious of is how is the weather during a harvest. So call it late August, September timeframe. Yep. And that would be the wild card. But I'd say everything, in my opinion, is good. So yep. Knock on wood, I have positive expectations.
Very good. I'll talk about Tunisia origins a little bit. So as well, it's too early to talk about the crop. what the informations that we have right now is regarding the number of bunches per palm tree. So the number of bunches per palm tree is higher than last year. This year we are talking about 15 to an average of 15 to 16 bunches per palm tree, compared to last year 12 bunches per palm tree. So we have so that means we should have more quantity this year, but the risks, there are two risks. The first risk is the non-pollinated fruit, because of weather conditions that we have in March and April. We had some winds, and the winds can affect the pollination. And the second risk is the insect, the attack of a particular insect that comes because of the lack of rain, as it didn't rain in Tunisia this year, and especially in the south. So we have the risk of insect attack. Now, beside these two risks, there are the risks that comes with the crop in late September, October, with rains. If it rains, that means more risk for the crop. So as we say here, it's like a soccer game. Everything is played at 90 minutes before the referee says stop the game. So we are monitoring the different parameters. In Tunisia, we are aware of the risks, but again, as you said, Mark, in California, we have to wait until the crop begins. In our case, end of September, beginning of October. Hoda, in Iran, do you have some information about Iranian date crops?
Yes, in Iran, because of the decline of the rain, we don't have rain this year. So the Mazafati and Sayer date about 20% decrease. But another varieties like Zahedi and Shahani as same as last year. They are good. Okay. It depends on the cultivations garden. Some of them are, and it's near the salty water, because we don't have any rain and the water gets salty. Mm-hmm. It's a big problem for Iran.
Okay. We have one more question about dates as well. So the question is, what impact does Mexico have with supply in dates? So I guess it's for you, Mark.
Yeah, I think cultivation in Mexico is continuing to increase. I think that in the context of global supply, it's fairly minor, but I don't know exactly where that's going to go in terms of, I'll say, increasing supply. But in the short term, the crop in Mexico continues to increase, and we see a little bit of that, I'll say, in the US and around the world. But I think some of that may depend on it. I'll say ongoing development in Mexico. I think, as Mexico has gotten into other crops, Mexico can potentially become a key player. But personally, I'm not 100% sure on where that's going to go. I think in the short term, it's not that significant, but it could be.
I agree with you. Knowing that beside Mexico, as I was saying during the session, Morocco has a very big program of increasing the production of medjool, knowing that medjool originally is coming from there. But actually, maybe there will be a change in the proportion of the consumption of each variety. That means that with more supply of medjool, maybe the prices will decrease a little bit, I'm sure, and will maybe take the place of other varieties like Degletnur or like Sokari. So I think, but all this is positive for the date consumption in general. I mean, date consumption in general is going forward, is positive. However, the consumer will have more choice, and because of the prices will be more affordable, the consumer will have more choice of the different qualities, and I think he will make a decision based on the different qualities, the different prices. But in all the cases, I think it's positive. I mean, the impact is positive globally for all the date producing countries. Of course, we are always talking for certain quality standards. The quality standards must be met in any case, and if this is the case, it's very positive. Yeah. So we do not have more question for now. I would like to thank the attendees for joining this webinar and for their interest to our product. A special thank to the panelists for taking the time to share their experience and knowledge. Finally, I would like to thank the INC staff for their excellent organization. I hope that this session was useful to all of us, and I hope that we will be able to tackle the new challenges that we are facing for the benefits of the end consumer and the rest of the stakeholders, the manufacturers and the growers. So for me, I'm finished. So
thank you.
Goretti.
Thank you, Ahmed, and to all of the panel for sharing your knowledge with us. If you missed anything or would simply like to rewatch the session, it will be available shortly on the conference website. Next, on stage 1, we have our sponsor sessions by Touchstone and then Volung. So make sure you stay tuned and also make the most of the virtual platform to network and do business with your fellow peers in this innovative new format. Thanks and goodbye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this sponsored session from Touchstone. On behalf of the INC, I'd like to thank Touchstone for sponsoring the INC 3D online conference. And now, I hope you enjoy their session.
Touchstone Pistachio Company is absolutely thrilled to be a general sponsor for this year's INC. It has been a challenging year, to say the least, and I think I speak on behalf of all of the industry when I say, coupled with the global pandemic, the supply chain disruptions, and unfortunately, looming drought conditions, this year in particular has been a year like no other. The Touchstone's ownership has repeatedly said they have three priorities. It's growers and farmers, it's workers, and then it's customers. The ownership has made no qualms about these three groups being their core focus. It's in that mindset that our mantra, Forward Together, was forged. The idea that at the end of the day, you can be a great processor, but you can't do that without a good grower. You can sell to all the customers in the world, but if you don't have good quality product, then what are you really doing? What the ownership here at Touchstone is trying to do is bring all those things together, right? And change the industry moving forward.
My name is Mark Sherrill. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Touchstone Pistachio Company. Grower relations is very important to Touchstone. We really believe that a one-to-one, one-on-one relationship, meeting with our growers regularly, discussing different farming trends, different farming practices that may help them in the future. We believe that open communication across the industry is very important, and we continue to move that direction.
They're always concerned with the health and well-being of their employees' families, along with their growers. They keep in touch with their growers. They're concerned about how they're doing. They're always checking in on the fields and the quality of their product, but also the quality of their life.
Touchstone's performed well in 2020 with the many challenges with shipments and cargo containers. Touchstone in its second year has performed very well. Touchstone's positioning itself to be a very relevant pistachio processor. Pistachio processing 2020, as we acquired two facilities, put us into a much better operation for capacity.
Touchstone's position today within the industry on the growth trajectory that we currently find ourselves in is really remarkable. For an industry that could potentially produce over 2 billion pounds within the next 5 to 7 years, for Touchstone to enter into the industry and be fairly new, we've only been around and are entering into our third year of processing, presents some unique challenges. Mark has put together a remarkable team. We have over 60 years of collective experience between all of us. From quality to sales and marketing to operations. Next year is really about positioning Touchstone as a permanent force within our industry.
So 2021 is providing us an opportunity to continue to bolster our operations and be a leading processor for both our growers and our customers.
On the heels of a global pandemic, 2021 will present its own unique set of challenges. Primarily on the farming side, we are in another unprecedented drought situation.
We've been preparing for drought conditions for a long time. We've always monitored our groundwater pumping, our surface water sources, and we know how to adequately combine those resources to produce a high quality pistachio crop. We are positioned well as a team to overcome these challenges, as well as any future challenges drought related.
Our farmers here in the San Joaquin Valley are no strangers to those types of hardships. The ownership at Touchstone has positioned itself very, very well in terms of contingency planning in dry years.
We feel that with adequate uniformity between males and females, the 21 crop will be of excellent quality from all varieties, including Kerman and Golden Hills.
Following the peak shipment period in the fall, one of the most important things is the winter season. The winter season is critical because the pistachios require a certain level of chill hours. Optimally, in a perfect world, you want to get 900 hours.
The observations our farming team has for the 21 bloom are very good. As we monitored the chill hours, we noticed that all areas achieved a minimum threshold of at least 800 to 850 accumulative chill hours.
900 would be ideal. But in all honesty, 800 or above, that works. So when you look at chill hours for this past winter period, 2020 looks pretty good. From the bloom to the bud sets, overall, we're gonna see a pretty large crop. At the end of the day, chill hours being, at an optimal level, bloom looks good. At the end of the day, the most important thing is the nut fill period. So for me, to put a big number out there early is a bit premature. We tend to be a little cautious. Overall, if someone were to ask me what the range would be for the 2021 crop, I would say anywhere as low as 850 million to as high as 1 billion pounds. A lot of things need to go right, but at the end of the day, I think we'll find out more in July when folks actually get out there and they check nut fill.
We have many individuals with certain expertise in all given areas. Collectively, our team has decades of experience farming pistachios.
When you look at the experience that we have at Touchstone Pistachio Company, it extends beyond processing, it extends beyond sales and marketing. It actually extends all the way to the field. Claybeck has been farming pistachios for over 2 decades. There is no better farming operation in the central San Joaquin Valley, and they know how to grow quality pistachios. Mark Sherrill is a visionary as it relates to where this industry needs to move forward. What Mark Sherrill brings to Touchstone Pistachio Company is a unique understanding of agricultural commodities. He understands that a commodity on its own is just that, it's a commodity. To really drive profitability, it needs to have a narrative. It needs to be beyond just a commodity. And that narrative is created through its growers, it's created through good farming practices, and it's created through good production practices. These are 3 areas that Mark has an enormous amount of experience in and has excelled in his career.
"2021 will be the first organic crop that Touchstone will be processing. We would expect about 2 to 2.5 million pounds of organic product to come from Touchstone.
We've doubled down on our commitment to organics with a focus on sustainability, with a focus on creating healthy farming practices to feed a global population has naturally led us down the organic path. And next year, we will cement ourselves as one of the larger organic grower processors in the world.
Our farming teams are known for producing the best quality pistachios in the world.
Producing a large crop for Touchstone makes me feel like I've accomplished something. It makes me feel great. It's all about producing a large crop, and that's what we're doing out here.
Knowing that Touchstone is sending our product around the world makes our team feel good that our hard work and efforts to produce this high quality product are being recognized, and that consumers are enjoying the pistachios we produce.
Touchstone's focus for the future is clearly to be a strong, quality-minded, great customer service business within the pistachio industry. We look forward to getting better each and every year and providing those services for both our customers and our growers. The grower base is very important to us. It provides us with the volume that we need to maintain a relevant position within the industry, and then maintaining the customer service side to continue that support on the sales side.
Yeah, I love working for Touchstone. It's a great work environment. It is like going to work with your best friends. It's like taking me back in the day where I'm hanging around with all my buddies and actually accomplishing something.
I hope what the INC members take away from this video is understanding that we have passionate people in all areas of our business. You've met Clay and Jason on the farm. You've seen Mark's vision for the future. The biggest piece that I hope the buying community takes away is we intend and have been doing business differently. We are transparent, we're dedicated to performing, but most importantly, we're committed to being a leader in this industry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this sponsored session from Touchstone. On behalf of the INC, I'd like to thank Touchstone for sponsoring the INC 3D online conference. And now, I hope you enjoy their session.
Touchstone Pistachio Company is absolutely thrilled to be a general sponsor for this year's INC. It has been a challenging year, to say the least, and I think I speak on behalf of all of the industry when I say, coupled with the global pandemic, the supply chain disruptions, and unfortunately, looming drought conditions, this year in particular has been a year like no other. The Touchstone's ownership has repeatedly said they have three priorities. It's growers and farmers, it's workers, and then it's customers. The ownership has made no qualms about these three groups being their core focus. It's in that mindset that our mantra, Forward Together, was forged. The idea that at the end of the day, you can be a great processor, but you can't do that without a good grower. You can sell to all the customers in the world, but if you don't have good quality product, then what are you really doing? What the ownership here at Touchstone is trying to do is bring all those things together, right? And change the industry moving forward.
My name is Mark Sherrill. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Touchdown Pistachio Company. Grower relations is very important to Touchdown. We really believe that a one-to-one, one-on-one relationship, meeting with our growers regularly, discussing different farming trends, different farming practices that may help them in the future. We believe that open communication across the industry is very important, and we continue to move that direction.
They're always concerned with the health and well-being of their employees' families, along with their growers. They keep in touch with their growers. They're concerned about how they're doing. They're always checking in on the fields and the quality of their product, but also the quality of their life.
Touchstone's performed well in 2020 with the many challenges with shipments and cargo containers. Touchstone in its second year has performed very well. Touchstone's positioning itself to be a very relevant pistachio processor. Pistachio processing 2020, as we acquired 2 facilities, put us into a much better operation for capacity.
Touchstone's position today within the industry on the growth trajectory that we currently find ourselves in is really remarkable. For an industry that could potentially produce over 2 billion pounds within the next 5 to 7 years, for Touchstone to enter into the industry and be fairly new, we've only been around and are entering into our 3rd year of processing, presents some unique challenges. Mark has put together a remarkable team. We have over 60 years of collective experience between all of us. From quality to sales and marketing to operations. Next year is really about positioning Touchstone as a permanent force within our industry.
So 2021 is providing us an opportunity to continue to bolster our operations and be a leading processor for both our growers and our customers.
On the heels of a global pandemic, 2021 will present its own unique set of challenges. Primarily on the farming side, we are in another unprecedented drought situation.
We've been preparing for drought conditions for a long time. We've always monitored our groundwater pumping, our surface water sources, and we know how to adequately combine those resources to produce a high quality pistachio crop. We are positioned well as a team to overcome these challenges, as well as any future challenges drought related.
Our farmers here in the San Joaquin Valley are no strangers to those types of hardships. The ownership at Touchstone has positioned itself very, very well in terms of contingency planning in dry years.
We feel that with adequate uniformity between males and females, the 21 crop will be of excellent quality from all varieties, including Kerman and Golden Hills.
Following the peak shipment period in the fall, one of the most important things is the winter season. The winter season is critical because the pistachios require a certain level of chill hours. Optimally, in a perfect world, you want to get 900 hours.
The observations our farming team has for the 21 bloom are very good. As we monitored the chill hours, we noticed that all areas achieved a minimum threshold of at least 800 to 850 accumulative chill hours.
900 would be ideal. But in all honesty, 800 or above, that works. So when you look at chill hours for this past winter period, 2020 looks pretty good. From the bloom to the bud sets, overall, we're gonna see a pretty large crop. At the end of the day, chill hours being, at an optimal level, bloom looks good. At the end of the day, the most important thing is the nut fill period. So for me, to put a big number out there early is a bit premature. We tend to be a little cautious. Overall, if someone were to ask me what the range would be for the 2021 crop, I would say anywhere as low as 850 million to as high as 1 billion pounds. A lot of things need to go right, but at the end of the day, I think we'll find out more in July when folks actually get out there and they check nut fill.
We have many individuals with certain expertise in all given areas. Collectively, our team has decades of experience farming pistachios.
When you look at the experience that we have at Touchstone Pistachio Company, it extends beyond processing, it extends beyond sales and marketing. It actually extends all the way to the field. Claybeck has been farming pistachios for over 2 decades. There is no better farming operation in the central San Joaquin Valley, and they know how to grow quality pistachios. Mark Sherrill is a visionary as it relates to where this industry needs to move forward. What Mark Sherrill brings to Touchstone Pistachio Company is a unique understanding of agricultural commodities. He understands that a commodity on its own is just that, it's a commodity. To really drive profitability, it needs to have a narrative. It needs to be beyond just a commodity. And that narrative is created through its growers, it's created through good farming practices, and it's created through good production practices. These are 3 areas that Mark has an enormous amount of experience in and has excelled in his career.
In 2021 will be the first organic crop that Touchstone will be processing. We would expect about 2 to 2.5 million pounds of organic product to come from Touchstone.
We've doubled down on our commitment to organics with a focus on sustainability, with a focus on creating healthy farming practices to feed a global population has naturally led us down the organic path. And next year, we will cement ourselves as one of the larger organic grower processors in the world.
Our farming teams are known for producing the best quality pistachios in the world.
Producing a large crop for Touchstone makes me feel like I've accomplished something. It makes me feel great. It's all about producing a large crop, and that's what we're doing out here.
Knowing that Touchstone is sending our product around the world makes our team feel good that our hard work and efforts to produce this high quality product are being recognized, and that consumers are enjoying the pistachios we produce.
Touchstone's focus for the future is clearly to be a strong, quality-minded, great customer service business within the pistachio industry. We look forward to getting better each and every year and providing those services for both our customers and our growers. The grower base is very important to us. It provides us with the volume that we need to maintain a relevant position within the industry, and then maintaining the customer service side to continue that support on the sales side.
Yeah, I love working for Touchstone. It's a great work environment. It is like going to work with your best friends. It's like taking me back in the day where I'm hanging around with all my buddies and actually accomplishing something.
I hope what the INC members take away from this video is understanding that we have passionate people in all areas of our business. You've met Clay and Jason on the farm. You've seen Mark's vision for the future. The biggest piece that I hope the buying community takes away is we intend and have been doing business differently. We are transparent, we're dedicated to performing, but most importantly, we're committed to being a leader in this industry.
Thank you for joining the session, and again, thanks to Touchstone for sponsoring this conference. Keep in mind, you can rewatch this session and all of the conference sessions in Netflix. Now up next, I want to invite you to stay and watch the sponsored session by Wallong. We look forward to seeing you all there. everyone, and welcome to the Hualong sponsored session, Introduction of Hualong and its Products. I would like to thank Hualong for sponsoring and helping to make this event possible. I hope you enjoy their session.
好坚果必须高标准，卧龙3好坚果，1好个头大，2好自然香，3好真干脆。卧龙坚果中的大队长，卧龙3好坚果。
小小一袋坚果如何能受到万千宠爱，引领全球健康热潮？让我们一起探寻卧龙每日坚果的健康魔法。首先，聚焦地球另一端的美国。这是密歇根湖畔一个略带寒意的早上，蔓越莓像往常一样吸收自然精华，充沛的水分和酸性的土壤赐予了它红润饱满的身材和酸甜宜人的口感。不远处的蓝莓庄园里，家人初长成的蓝莓睁开明媚水润的双眸，舒展储存了满满花青素的身体。而在西海岸的加州，Chandler 家族最优秀的核桃，则拥有最饱满的果实和最渊博的学识。同样来自加州的扁桃仁儿，充沛的阳光和肥沃的土壤，给了它坚实饱满的身体和 NPX 级别的完美品质。远在越南的胡志明市，腰果凭借肤白貌美的外貌脱颖而出。身份高贵的吉雷松贞子仍在睡梦中。是时候用梦想唤醒它了。没错，这些坚果们都有一个共同的梦想，就是成为一枚合格的卧龙坚果。来自世界各国的坚果佳丽们，因卧龙的召唤而聚集在这个5万平米的坚果王国。在这里，他们将接受成为一枚卧龙坚果前的层层检验。在严苛的卧龙标准面前，体重不达标的贞子小姐在最初的原料验收环节就惨遭淘汰，蓝莓姑娘则因为体内湿气过重而失去了资格，核桃女士也因为体检不达标而被迫出局。验收合格的坚果佳丽们进入低温烘烤环节，通过科学制定的烘焙温度和时间，减少营养的流失，并获得清脆的口感。拒绝油炸，拒绝糖渍，纯素颜的新鲜坚果经得起味觉考验，没有防腐剂和香精的打扰，则保留了坚果们的原汁原味。晒过阳光浴的坚果佳丽们，还要在筛选机中经历10级大风一般的风送筛选，8级地震一般的震荡筛选。终于，通过层层考验的坚果佳丽们，根据科学配比，每6人组成一个小分队，创新推出每日坚果这一全新组合。梦想成真的坚果佳丽们在全球刮起一阵卧龙健康风潮，粉丝遍布全世界，更多创新吃法，更多健康加分。卧龙每日坚果凭借出色的品质，开创混合坚果品类，一举夺得电商界的奥斯卡大奖，稳坐每日坚果系列第1的宝座。甄选全球每一颗，匠心打造好产品，这就是卧龙的健康魔法。
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Wallong sponsor session, Introduction of Wallong and its products. I would like to thank Wallong for sponsoring and helping to make this event possible. I hope you enjoy their session.
好坚果必须高标准，卧龙3好坚果，1好个头大，2好自然香，3好真干脆。卧龙坚果中的大队长，卧龙3好坚果。
小小一袋坚果如何能受到万千宠爱，引领全球健康热潮？让我们一起探寻卧龙每日坚果的健康魔法。首先，聚焦地球另一端的美国。这是密歇根湖畔一个略带寒意的早上，蔓越莓像往常一样吸收自然精华，充沛的水分和酸性的土壤赐予了它红润饱满的身材和酸甜宜人的口感。不远处的蓝莓庄园里，家人初长成的蓝莓睁开明媚水润的双眸，舒展储存了满满花青素的身体。而在西海岸的加州，Chandler 家族最优秀的核桃，则拥有最饱满的果实和最渊博的学识。同样来自加州的扁桃仁儿，充沛的阳光和肥沃的土壤，给了它坚实饱满的身体和 NPX 级别的完美品质。远在越南的胡志明市，腰果凭借肤白貌美的外貌脱颖而出。身份高贵的吉雷松榛子仍在睡梦中。是时候用梦想唤醒它了。没错，这些坚果们都有一个共同的梦想，就是成为一枚合格的卧龙坚果。来自世界各国的坚果佳丽们，因卧龙的召唤而聚集在这个5万平米的坚果王国。在这里，他们将接受成为一枚卧龙坚果前的层层检验。在严苛的卧龙标准面前，体重不达标的榛子小姐在最初的原料验收环节就惨遭淘汰，蓝莓姑娘则因为体内失去过重而失去了资格，核桃女士也因为体检不达标而被迫出局。验收合格的坚果佳丽们进入低温烘烤环节，通过科学制定的烘焙温度和时间，减少营养的流失，并获得清脆的口感。拒绝油炸，拒绝糖渍，纯素颜的新鲜坚果经得起味觉考验，没有防腐剂和香精的打扰，则保留了坚果们的原汁原味。晒过阳光浴的坚果佳丽们，还要在筛选机中经历10级大风一般的风送筛选，8级地震一般的震荡筛选。终于，通过层层考验的坚果佳丽们，根据科学配比，每6人组成一个小分队，创新推出每日坚果这一全新组合。梦想成真的坚果佳丽们在全球刮起一阵卧龙健康风潮，粉丝遍布全世界，更多创新吃法，更多健康加分。卧龙每日坚果凭借出色的品质，开创混合坚果品类，一举夺得电商界的奥斯卡大奖，稳坐每日坚果系列第1的宝座。甄选全球每一颗，匠心打造好产品，这就是卧龙的健康魔法。
Thank you to everyone for tuning in to this session, and again, thank you to Hualong for sponsoring this conference. Keep in mind, you can rewatch this session and all of the conference's sessions in Netflix. Now, starting shortly, we have the Pistachio Working Group on stage 1 and the Peanuts Working Group on stage 2. I look forward to seeing you all there.
We are thrilled to be a sponsor of this year's Global INC Online Conference and hope you enjoy this brief overview of our family company.
Hello to you all, and welcome to the Pistachios Working Group. I would also like to say a special welcome to INC Chairman, Mike Waring, and the Executive Committee who are all online with us. This session nearly marks the close of the online conference, and I hope you have all enjoyed this experience as much as I have. Likewise, I wanted to say thank you to our sponsor for this working group, Seton Pistachio of Terra Bella, USA, for their continued support of the INC and the industry. Also, joining us from Seton Pistachio of Terra Bella is our chair for today's group, Ms. Mia Cohen, Chief Operating Officer. So thank you, Mia, for taking the time for being with us this morning. Led by a panel of pistachio experts, this session will include a 60-minute discussion on the state of the pistachio sector, supply and demand, and next crop forecasts, plus a 20-minute live Q&A at the end of the discussion. If you are watching through the online virtual platform and have a question for your panel, click the Q&A button at the bottom left-hand side of your screen. The chair will raise as many as possible in the allocated time. And now, let me hand over to Mia Cohen. Thank you again, Mia, and take it away.
Thank you, Goretti, and everybody at the INC. I am honored to be chairing the Pistachio Working Group. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in. I am excited about the topics that our panel will be discussing with you today. Like you, I wish we could be together in person, but this should be exciting and fun. This virtual format seems to be working very well for the INC and for our global community, and I thank them for putting on such an exceptional program for us all. Hopefully, we will be together in person next year. Okay, so let's get started. Since we last got together as a pistachio panel, we have faced many challenges as well as many opportunities, not unlike most of the nut industry. We have experienced more people staying home, which translated into more snacking and cooking at home, which led to an increase in consumption. We have also faced some challenges related to COVID, shipping disruptions, and tariffs. All in all, I am very optimistic about the future for pistachios. We have an in-demand product that boasts a powerful nutritional message and is loved the world over. As Goretti mentioned, my name is Mia Cohen, and I am with Seton Pistachio of Terra Bella, located in California. I'm thrilled to have with us today a great group of pistachio industry professionals from around the world. We have Mr. Mike Homan, who serves as Executive Vice President and CFO of Wonderful Pistachios and Almonds, representing the USA. From Iran, we have Mr. Behrooz Agha, who is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Iran Pistachio Association. From Turkey, we have Mr. Serkan Gurgulu, who serves as Nuts Trade Director of Tiryaki Agro Gida. Finally, we have Mr. Carlos Suarez Morales, who is CEO of Nuevos Cultivos Agrarios, representing Spain. This is the program that we will be following during our session. First, I'm going to kick things off by sharing with you some graphs that showcase the world pistachio production. Then I will present the INC official statistics table for pistachios, in which each panelist will give you their take on their respective market, discussing both supply and demand. Then we are going to hear from Mike, who's going to talk about COVID impacts, challenges, and opportunities. Following Mike, we are going to hear from the panel regarding current geopolitical and regulatory challenges and opportunities. The panel will then share their future production outlook, after which we will move on to demand trends. I will conclude with key takeaways and then we will take questions from the audience. So please submit those throughout the discussion, as Goretti mentioned. And with that, I will begin with the first slide, an overview of the world pistachio production. So this slide does a nice job at illustrating the growth of the global pistachio industry over the last 10 years. Each country is represented. The bottom blue portion represents the United States, the orange is Iran, and the gray is Turkey. The ones above are a bit harder to see, but you can see clearly here that the growth over the last 10 years has been 53%, which is based on a 2-year average. The bar to the far right is the estimate for the upcoming crop, incorporating all countries, which you can see is quite a bit lower than this year, about 30% lower, but slightly greater than the prior year. Each of the panelists will share their estimate and rationale for the new crop during the discussion. This next slide shows the 2-year moving average production of the 3 main producers of pistachios, the United States, Iran, and Turkey, for the last 12 years. As you can see, it illustrates the systemic growth of the US market, which Mike will explain, Turkey's recent growth in production, which Serkan will take us through, and we will hear from Behrooz more about Iran. This is the usual INC statistics slide that is shown each year in metric tons. We will be reviewing some of these details during our panel discussion, but noteworthy to mention now is that total supply for next year, which is calculated as the crop plus the beginning stock, is estimated to be down about 150,000 metric tons, which is a decrease of about 13%. Total world consumption, which is calculated as the total supply minus the projected ending stock of that same year, is expected to be up about 60,000 metric tons, which is an increase of about 7%. Of course, this world consumption estimate is just that, an estimate, and also maybe a bit too early to predict accurately. Last year at this time, the INC pistachio webinar consumption for this year was estimated at about 200,000 metric tons more. But as you will see, this volume is being held back by the US and Turkey to stabilize supply for next year. I also wanted to mention that while these numbers are suitable for comparison purposes, I would like to point out that total world supply doesn't take into account inventory adjustments, which can decrease at least the USA figure by generally 15 to 20% in any given year. These adjustments account for shrinkage of open-in shell and conversions of kernel shipments to closed shell and shelling stock equivalents. So at this point, each of the panelists will discuss their respective countries' numbers from this table. Mike, would you please start us off by discussing the US numbers, touching upon shipments thus far and the rationale for the projected carryover?
Certainly, Mia. Thank you for having me, and thank you for everybody who's joining our call. As many of you know, California is a growing pistachio industry. There are trees in the ground, and as these trees mature, we get more supply. And so in this particular 2-year period, crop year 20 was an on year, which means the trees were the most productive. And then crop year 2021 is coming to an off year where the trees rest a little bit. However, in the growing period of crop year 21, we've had favorable weather conditions. So there was a good winter chill. The period between November and February was quite good. The bloom period was also quite good. So we believe that crop year 2021 is going to be a relatively large off year. However, we are keeping an eye on the ongoing water issues in California. We believe there will be sufficient water for this year. However, it's becoming increasingly scarce, and it's something that we're continuing to monitor. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Behrooz. Behrooz, let's move on to Iran. We understand that there may be a possible underestimation of the 2020 Iranian crop production figure. Can you please discuss this and as well address the numbers in this table?
Sure. The IPA believes that it may have underestimated the 2020 crop by about 10 to this current crop. This current crop, we are hoping that it should be around 145,000 because we have had the severe frost and heat damage. You know, Iran is located in an area that is a kind of desert climate, so you have variation in the temperature, and normally in the nights it gets very cold, during the days it gets very hot, so we have frost damage and heat damage as well. This year we have had both. It's not a year goes by that we don't have any damage at all, but it all depends on the year. Some years it's more, some years it's less. This year, I would say it's one of the years that we've had both heat and frost damage. So we estimate our crop to be at about 145,000. And we are going towards the longer varieties. So as I would tell you later on about the percentage of these varieties. And so we think with the carryover, we estimate the carryover to be 5,000. So altogether, you can expect 150,000 metric tons of pistachios from Iran. Thank you, Mia.
Great. Thank you so much, Behrooz. Let's move on to Turkey. Serkan, production in Turkey has been increasing quite rapidly recently. Why is this, and is there enough processing capacity and storage to handle the increased volume? And also, if you'd like to please touch upon the numbers in this table.
Thank you, Mia. Welcome, everyone, and I hope that everybody is keeping healthy. Actually, in Turkey, there have been a lot of plantations, especially in the last 10 years, and that's why Turkey, because of the high profitability of the pistachio farming and ease the stock and liquidate, people continue to plant more pistachios. And in addition to this, productivity of the current farms has been improved a lot with the irrigation systems and modern farming practices. We had a record crop in 2020, as we all know, and according to our calculations, we had around 490,000 bearing acres, and we have around 1,350 pounds per acre for the last crop. And this led to approximate crop around 300,000 tons of pistachios in last year. For the new crop, we expect a strong off year, actually. Actually, the weather conditions were okay, not bad, and average rainfall. But chilling hours were lower than average. And also the main thing is the trees were really tired because of last year's record crop. So we estimate around 120,000 tons of in-shell for the new crop. This is a subjective estimate with our conversations with many growers in the regions which we have in big portion of the production. And they comment that trees have fruits around 1/3 of last year. So this is the current estimation that we can do. In the beginning of June, we will also make our objective estimate by visiting selected areas representing 95% of planted regions to make our calculations, like we did in previous years, to see more rational numbers on the field. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Serkan. Let's move on to Spain. Carlos, many people may be unfamiliar with pistachios from Spain. Can you please give us an overview of the history of producing pistachios in Spain? And please talk about the numbers that we see here on the table.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to raise voice about the Spanish pistachio sector in such an important panel of experts. It's for me a pleasure to be here. As you said, Spain is a country that is not been known history for producing pistachios. However, already centuries ago, during the Arabs and the Roman Empire, pistachio was cultivated in Spain. It was lost. This crop was lost during the Christian stay until nowadays, and the agricultural research started again in the 80s. However, it didn't start to be planted for real, seriously, until the last decade of years. Nowadays, pistachios that have been planted in Spain are barely starting to bear, actually. We are increasing our surface in around 10,000 hectares per year, which is quite an increase every year. However, I have to say that there is still a lot of misknowledge about the crop. So mainly half of that hectares will be produced in one day. Nevertheless, still the crop is increasing every year. We've been increasing about 1,000 tons every 2 years until now. But nowadays, the pistachio, the surfaces that were being planted 5 to 6 years ago, are starting to produce exponentially. So I think I can foresee that we'll be increasing our capacity around 1,000 tons every year. Nowadays, it's a drop in the ocean. I mean, we are producing this year, which is a known year, around 3,000 tons estimation. Last year, we were less than 2,000. And there is no carryover as the production is very small, and we export all the pistachio to Europe. For those who don't know, in Spain, we cultivate several kinds of varieties. We mainly cultivate in areas with enough chilling hours the American varieties, such as Kerman, Golden, Los Hills. But we also have potential of production for Mediterranean varieties, like the Turkish ones or the Italian or Tunisian ones that are mainly used in the industry sector. I talk about Larnaca, Mateur, and all that kind of varieties. And also we have weather conditions to cultivate Cyrora, the Australian variety. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing, because as it is quite a new crop in Spain, we don't have a consensus. We still need to consensuate and cultivate not that wide range of varieties, but just a couple of varieties for snack purposes of the market, and another 1 or 2 varieties for the industry market. Another thing that I have to say about the Spanish pistachio sector is that, on the contrary, as other countries, Spain is quite oriented to the production of organic pistachio. So we can say nowadays that half of the production is organic, half of the production is conventional. This is due to one clear trend, is that the fact that Spain is located within the European Union, and the European Union demands organic. Spain is ready to provide it, and actually we know how to do it quite well. This is also something that is helped by the fact that in Spain we don't have a lot of water. We do quite an integrated agriculture in the landscape. We don't increase the number of trees per hectare a lot. We actually keep it quite low, below 200, 240 trees per hectare. We don't irrigate a lot or even nothing. It's just rain-fed, which helps diseases not to proliferate. So it helps the organic kind of management of the farms to be promoted quite well. So this is more or less the keys of the sector right now, increasing, but still small. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And thank you to all the panelists for discussing this table. So now moving on with our agenda, I'd like to move on to the next item, which is COVID impacts, challenges, and opportunities with Mike. Mike, you recently chaired a very informative INC webinar about COVID impacts. Can you please address some of those points from a pistachio perspective?
Happy to, Mia. So first of all, I want to commend everybody for their efforts during this pandemic. The industry did a great job of taking care of the workforce and continuing to produce healthy product during this period. So I just want to thank everybody in the industry for all of their efforts on that. And that brings me to my first challenge, which is, as we all know, during the early parts of the pandemic, there was a big emphasis on worker safety and all of the challenges that came with that. So social distancing, partitions, and so forth. So that certainly had an impact, and we're continuing to see some of those higher costs and those additional steps still in the industry. However, as I said, the industry is able to produce the product. And then more recently, we've seen the challenges of the secondary effect from COVID with regards to shipping and logistics. So everybody involved in supply chain knows that there are challenges with logistics, and happy to say the industry is working through that and overcoming that. So those were the main challenges. With regards to the opportunities, there was a silver lining in the sense that people shifted their habits to more at-home eating and more at-home snacking. So that benefited the pistachio industry. Pistachios are an excellent snack that people were craving. And some of the intrinsic health benefits of the pistachio consumers were craving. And this has led to long-term, or we believe long-term changes. The complete plant-based protein and the convenient healthy snack, that has something that is increased this year and will continue. And we believe that the COVID habits that have led to, I'd say in the neighborhood of a 10% increase here long-term in snacking, we see that continuing. The other element is the industry's emphasis on the kernel or the no-shell, happened during this time, and that's grown dramatically during this period as the consumers are continuing to look for convenient and healthy snacks. And we're looking forward to the recovery and things getting back to normal for all of us. And we think the pistachio industry is in great shape to capitalize on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. That was good to review. So now looking ahead, I'd like to ask each panelist to briefly discuss some current geopolitical and regulatory challenges, opportunities. Let's begin with Behrooz. Behrooz, can you please speak with us about Iran's current geopolitical and regulatory challenges, opportunities from your perspective?
Sure. Thank you, Mia. I like to point to one that we are optimistic for an ease on international banking transactions, inshallah, in this year and next. And also about the pesticide residue, we suggest that the whole pistachio industry should work with the help of Codex to set logical limits based on scientific methods. This way we can fight the trade barriers imposed by some countries. Now here I'd like to add that, because this year we exported a lot of pistachios to China and India, to the Far East and Indian subcontinent. And this is, again, because of competitive prices. And, we believe that China has the potential of eating a lot more pistachio as their economic situation is getting better and better. And also India, we think India, it's my personal belief. I cannot go on record and say that it's my personal belief that it's nothing for Indian people to eat more than 100,000 tons of pistachio because they're such a big nation and their economic situation is also very good. So this is what I think about, this current and geopolitical regulatory challenges and opportunities. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you, Behrooz. We'll move on to Sir Khan. Can you please address this topic of geopolitical and regulatory challenges and opportunities?
Yes, Mia, thank you. Actually, as Turkey, we don't have any big challenges for regulatory or geopolitically. Actually, we could have some opportunities more, especially for the geopolitical position of Turkey. For EU markets, with the custom union regulations, helps Turkey to be, closer to Europe and European demands. Also, Turkey is also acting as a transit country between Iran and EU and also the Middle East a lot. And also it helps to promote our own crop into these regions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Khan. And we'll continue with Carlos. Does Spain have any concerns or thoughts on this topic?
Yes, Mia, thank you. Well, we have to say that Spain is located within the European Union, which is one of the biggest consumers of pistachio in the world. My colleagues from the States, California, Iran, or Turkey, they know very well that one of the main destinations of their exports is the European Union. and they know very well as well the concerns and the topics that we have here about pesticides and aflatoxins and all the control by the sanitation and agricultural authorities. As we are within the European Union, we already know how to produce with that constraints. Our farmers and our factories are used to that, and all the pistachio that we produce, we are obliged to do it that way. That's one of the advantages that being for Spain, or the opportunities for the future for Spain, because we are here. On the contrary, we have low production. We are, as I said, the growing of our production is increasing every year, and that's really an opportunity. On the other hand, we have to say that COVID had an impact, of course. Consumption was slowed down, and we noticed it overall for the organic product, which is more expensive. But still, we noticed an increase in conventional demand because, as I said before, we are located within the European Union. We know the logistic matters and challenges that our colleagues from US or other parts had to face, as Mike just said. This helped us for some consumers, some clients, to look into the conventional pistachio from Spain that is cultivated here, even though it is a bit more expensive as in other producing countries, because we have we are less efficient in the production as the volumes are small. But still, they were ready to pay for that pistachio as they couldn't bring it on time from other places due to the logistic challenges. So being located in the European Union geopolitically is really strategic for us, as we have access to the whole market without tariffs, without borders to cross. And our government is also helping the situation for that, because the regulation helps for the pistachio production and the exports. Some challenges that we have to face, on the contrary, is the fact that Spain has the land is really split off. We don't have large surfaces of land to exploit, which increases the cost and the price of the pistachio. We have also water scarcity in a lot of areas, although we know very well how to manage our water resources, as we have been doing in other crops as olive or vineyard in the past, by dripping systems and so on. And we have also opportunities if we are ready to convert irrigation areas that are cultivating nowadays crops like cereals that are not worth economically to be cultivated anymore. In that sense, the government should help a little bit more to push it and to push for the change of crop and produce more pistachio. This is mainly the things that I have to say about our strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And now, finally, I'd like to turn it over to Mike. I know there are a few things on the minds of U.S. pistachio processors, such as the ongoing Chinese tariffs and tariffs with other importing countries, which continue to put U.S. pistachios perhaps at a price disadvantage. Can you please speak to this?
Sure. Yeah, as you alluded to, Mia, the biggest challenge for the California pistachio industry is the ongoing tariffs into the China market. Bruce alluded to the size of the Chinese market. That is true. It's a very large, important market, and the trade barriers put the U.S. product at a disadvantage. This year, crop year 20 was still a reasonably successful year into China. However, it would have been even larger had we not had the trade. The tariffs and the trade impediments. So we're hopeful that the demand is there, and we're hopeful that something will get resolved. The Chinese, they crave pistachios. They're a great consumer, and we want to be able to as cost effectively deliver to that market as possible. So we're hopeful that things will change. However, we need to let the governments work it out, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
Great. Thanks to all of you for giving us that summary for each of your markets. And now moving on with the agenda, Behrooz will begin with the future production outlook for Iran. Behrooz, Can you please explain what this map of the pistachio plantations in Iran shows us?
Sure. It shows us that in Iran, we have 31 states. Out of the 31 states, 27 of them are under pistachio cultivation, as you see. We estimate that every year about 10,000 hectares of our pistachio farms are going out of production because of shortage of water. But as you see, all these new areas are coming up with new pistachio farms. And altogether, we believe that we may have 340,000 hectares of bearing pistachio farms. But see, the problem in Iran is that it varies. What we take out of this farm, it varies from 100 kilos per hectare to 4 tons per hectare. It's not like say in California, where they produce between 3 to 3.5 tons per hectare. In Iran, there are some trees that are 40 years old, but they're very small, but they're still called pistachio trees, and they call them pistachio farms. So if you add these numbers up, you come to a big number. But in actual, the number that are produced in good farms is much lower than that. Also, Iranian pistachio in all these new areas is mostly of the long variety of Akbari and Ahmad Aghai. So you can see in the near future, this is going to dominate the production of Iranian pistachio, these two varieties. Also, I think with geographical diversity comes reducing production fluctuations. Iran is going to have about 200,000 metric tons on average, I would say, for the next few years, 4 or 5 years. And then the rest of it depends on the severity of the frost or the heat damage or the wind or other damages that we may have. I would like to point something out that even we've got this figure very recently from the IPA. This next year's crop, we believe that 36% is AA or Ahmad Aghai, 32% is round, 17% is jumbo, and 15% is Akbari. Now, Akbari, again, the small percentage for Akbari is because the frost damages Akbari more than the other pistachios. This is the only setback for Akbari. Otherwise, the rest of the features is very good. But we feel like in the future, it's going to be mostly AA and Akbari and less of round and jumbo. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you, Biruz. That was very insightful and good to review. We appreciate it. So now moving on, Mike, can you please speak about the future production outlook for the US, such as non-bearing acres, water considerations, production improvements, and sustainability?
Certainly. As I mentioned earlier, the California industry has new plantings in the ground and new plantings going in every year. It's in the neighborhood of 5 to 7% a year. And those new plantings are coming online, and we'll see that in the production numbers in crop year 2021. With regards to the water situation, I think most people on the call know that there is SGMA, there is groundwater regulation that is beginning to be implemented, and that is certainly going to reduce the water supply. And that's something that the pistachio industry and the other industry are going to need to deal with. We're going to have to see how that plays out. However, we anticipate that the industry is going to continue on this growth, and as we've seen, the demand has been strong, and so at least in the near term here, we are confident that the demand will meet the supply, and we look forward to continued growth in the industry. So, thank you.
Great, thanks, Mike. Yeah, we've seen pistachio quality improve in recent years, which is primarily due to farmers harvesting early and shaking twice, undergoing winter sanitation and utilizing mating disruption. And so really, I think the US crop experienced one of its best quality crops this past year with low insect damage. So we have been doing a much better job, and I think we will continue to do so. And also regarding sustainable farming, it's allowed us to do more with less. More and more pistachio farmers are using agronomy to achieve better water penetration into the root zone faster, using less nitrogen. So we're becoming better stewards of the soil with increased use of cover crops and compost. And this is leading to reduced water needs, which Mike, you touched upon, which is very important to everybody in California, and also allowing us to reduce pesticide and herbicide need. So caring for the land just makes good farming sense. So I wanted to point that out. Okay, well, now let's move on with still future production outlook, Serkan. We hear that half of the planted acreage in Turkey is not yet bearing. Can you please address the future production outlook for Turkey, specifically bearing and non-bearing acres, new plantings, growing regions, and also perhaps yield per acre?
Yes, of course, certainly. We have mainly production growing is going on in southeast of Turkey, mainly in Gaziantep, Şanlıurfa, Siirt, Adıyaman, and Maraş areas. And this is representing 96% of the total productions. And the new plantations are being made with the irrigation systems, which is really important, and also with modern farming practices. So they will have much more yield per acre than average yield of total production. As I informed in the beginning, for the current crop and for the new crop, let's say, we will have a strong off crop, but if you look at the numbers, it shows the potential of Turkish pistachios for future. For the new year, we expect 540,000 bearing acres and 500 pounds per acre yields estimated, which is very low because of, I mentioned about the reasons, tiring of the trees and low chilling hours, etc., and strong off crop. But still 380,000 acres non-bearing, including new plantations. So this shows the potential if Turkey and Turkish growers continue to focus on increasing the yield of the trees with these new irrigation systems and modern practices. So Turkey shows a great potential for future and a sustainable crop. And if you look at the carryover, the problem actually is looking for Turkey about the demand for exports from now on. There is a difference also between varieties and Turkish and Iranian and US pistachios. If you look at the numbers of the bearing acres and non-bearing acres, people can think that why Turkey is fluctuating that much with USA and Iran maybe. But the main thing is the variety difference, and the second thing is the irrigation system availabilities in Turkey and USA, and also the new plantations are still a lower portion of the total production. This is the main reasons of this big difference with the on and off crops. Actually, for the future, we are very positive for Turkish pistachios with the increasing supply, with the additional quantities of USA. We believe that the market will go more into the ingredient markets, which will help Turkey to increase its exports for future. And this will enable Turkey to not consume only domestic, but also start to export more and more every year to finalize their crop. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Serkan. And now lastly, Carlos, can you please share with us your view regarding future production for Spain?
Yes, thank you, Mia. As I said at the beginning of my presentation, Spain is planting now around 10,000 hectares of pistachio every year. But still these yards are quite young, and still didn't start bearing yet. Nowadays, for you to have an idea, around 50,000 hectares of pistachio are planted in Spain and increasing, as I said, around 10,000 hectares a year. But only 3,000 tons produced, as it is our forecast for this year. This means that almost all the planted surface, is not producing yet. But what we see is that this rhythm of plantation that we started already 6 to 7 years ago is started to bear now. So our growth is exponential. I foresee that Spain will be producing around 20,000 tons in 10 to 15 years. Another issue of that influences this is the fact of the water availability. We have a lot of rain-fed orchards that don't receive any water drop apart from the rain. Yields in these orchards are quite low, around 500 to 600 kilograms per hectare, which is more or less the same in pounds per acre. What I say to these farmers when they ask me, what do? I continue planting or not? Because these yields are not very good in comparison to what we have in other countries, as the US or Iran. What I say is that you have to enjoy that the organic demand in Europe is quite high. Convert into organic. I mean, you can produce your 500 kilograms per hectare with almost no input of pesticides, not disease control, just the basic ones. There is not high humidity in your orchards. You will not have a lot of moisture, a lot of fungi or bacteria. Just with organic usual treatment of your orchards, you can obtain 2 to 3 euro more the kilogram, which is actually quite good for a low production of 500 kilograms per hectare. And to the farmers that have water in their lands, which are also a lot, about maybe around 30 to 40% of our surface. What I say is that, okay, if you have at least 1,500 cubic meter per hectare, you should be producing the same thing in kilograms per hectare, around your 1,500 kilograms per hectare or 2,000 kilograms per hectare. A lot of farmers are doing that, the most professional ones. The ones that started planting in a familiar way, which were not professionals of farming, they are not obtaining good yields. And this was the tendency during the first years. Nowadays, the production of pistachio in Spain is getting professionalized, and we see more and more investment groups coming to our country to plant big orchards of pistachio. The average size of the orchards 15 years ago were 3 to 4 hectares. The orchard, which is nothing. Is nothing. We cannot be efficient with that. But I remember 3 months ago, a Portuguese investment group came to Spain. They bought a vineyard of 1,000 hectares. They are ripping out the vineyards, the vine, and they are planting pistachio. So this is the scene now in Spain. We are in transition. There is a lot of optimism in our country now. Banks and investors and professionals of other crops in agriculture are putting their eye on pistachio, something that was maybe at the beginning neglected or even not taken into consideration. It's been now looked seriously as one of the most worth crops in Spain. It's not something exceptional to see now orchards of 100, 300, or even that one of 1,000 hectares that are being bought by investors and planted by professionals with water and all the new techniques that are used in agriculture. So I foresee an increase of the average yields in orchards in Spain. These plantations will not produce less than 2,000 kilograms per hectare, and some of them, the ones that have water, at least 6,000 cubic meters per hectare, plus the rain, which is 400 to 500 millimeters average a year here in Spain, will be maybe getting close to productions that are normal in the US or even Australia and other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. It was really interesting to take us through. I appreciate it, and learning more about the organic market in Spain. And now with that, I'd like to move on to demand trends. We've talked about supply, so let's start with Iran. Behrooz, can you please explain these two graphs that we have for you?
Sure. On the first graph, we are showing the 7-month Iran and US pistachio export shipments. As you see, it's the highest total of the two countries together. So this shows that the demand in the world has increased. Now, some of it may be due to COVID, people staying more at home, eating more pistachios instead of going to restaurants and doing other, doing other stuff. Can I have the next graph as well?
Sure.
On the next graph, it shows the kernel shipment from Iran and US. And again, in this graph, it's almost, we are at the top of our record years. So this, we are hoping that this trend should continue, but the whole world is producing so much more pistachios that we have to do things about the demand in other countries, because as you see, US is still growing. California pistachio farms are growing as we are speaking. Spain, Carlos was just telling us about how Spain is going to grow. We have a lot of other countries like Syria, like Greece, like Italy, Australia, China, Argentina. Not last but not least, even Turkey is growing in such big numbers that one of these years we think they're going to hit their mark. So, all these pistachios coming out, Iranian pistachios, we are looking into how we can expand the Iranian pistachio market. And the main things that we can maneuver on that are unique to Iranian pistachio is pistachio oil, our green kernel, and our kernel. These three things that in Iran, we are working to export these three all together. Now, one thing I like to make a final point. I believe that consistent quality and stable prices are key to market growth. And this is what the California pistachio has been doing so exceptionally in these past years. Thank you so much, Mia.
Thank you so much, Behrooz. And now, continuing on, Mike, we'll start with you. Demand trends. So each of our markets are facing similar global demand trends, such as an increase in healthy snacking and a shift towards a more plant-based protein diet, as well as an increased desire for kernels. These trends tend to be benefiting pistachios around the globe. Can you please speak to some of these demand trends, Mike?
Yes, I'm happy to. The first thing is to build on what Behrooz mentioned is, stable supply, stable pricing is key to driving demand over the long term. And that's one of the things we alluded to in the beginning part of this presentation is there's a relatively large carryover from 20 to 21, and that carryover is going to help stabilize supply. And with stable supply, there will be increasing demand. So that is a key to the underlying demand growth. Another element to build on also what Behrooz said is with regards to quality. Consistent quality is very important to reach new consumers, and then also to have existing consumers continue to come back. If we then shift towards the specific elements around snacking, is, as you mentioned, consumers are looking for, in general, healthy snacks. And then they're also specifically looking for plant-based protein. And those two elements pistachios have, and we as an industry need to continue to push that message. We on this call all know that pistachios are healthy. They're high in plant-based protein. However, the general consumer does not know that. And we need to work hard to get that message out to drive demand. And then another element is availability of the product. We know is very important to driving demand. So you start off with consistent supply, and then you need to get that supply out to as many points of distribution as possible. And that's where the kernels or the no-shell come as well. That's a very convenient snack that can get into more places and to drive snacking. And we believe this is a winning message. It's very healthy. Consumers are looking for it, and we just need to get that message out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, you know, pistachios are not only a good source of protein and a plant-based protein, but they are also a complete protein, which means that they contain all 9 essential amino acids, which our bodies don't naturally produce and we need from food. So the overall momentum around plant-based protein, I agree with you, Mike, is benefiting not just pistachios, but all nut products. So now moving on, Serkan, would you like to also address demand trends?
Yes, Mia, I want to mention a little bit. Actually, for the pistachios, the main difference if we compare with other nuts are still being consumed 90-95% as snack. This is the main thing I can differ from other 3 nuts. I think with increasing supply and more competitive pricing and more consistent prices and also the availability of the product, we will see more demand coming for ingredient markets as well, like we have other nuts. This might be starting with bakery, sweet and chocolate industries, and also more demand for ice cream industries. And we might also see seeing these industries start using more pistachios. One step further, we might see also demand for, the production of plant-based proteins and oils. But for now, the prices are still a little bit high for such markets. Protein powders and this kind of 3-nut protein powders and this kind of markets, if you compare with other 3 nuts. And of course, as you also mentioned, during COVID, we have more healthy eating habits, which supports nuts market and pistachios. And snack markets, including kernel snack markets, are getting bigger and bigger. And we see vegan and vegetarian consumers creating more opportunities for plant-based protein. And also the last but not least, the organic demand, especially from Europe, is coming more and more. And Turkey is gonna act, I think, the biggest role for this demand in future with the availability of the product and consistent production started from last year and for future. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you, Serkan. And lastly, Carlos, would you like to add anything else regarding demand trends?
Yes, thank you, Mia. Of course, the protein is a key player. I mean, when talking in favor of pistachios, as you all my colleagues you just said, I just would like to add. Serkan said that 90% of the pistachio is destined for snacking. I could say about the Spanish pistachio would be a bit less. We have to think that as we have a lot of rain-fed orchards here, a lot of pistachio is closed shell. So I would say it's more or less the half of our pistachio in the industry is closed shell, and we have to exploit the kernel. In this sense, in this regard, I have to talk about our Italian neighbors. They are experts on doing this. You would be amazed of traveling to Sicily and Bronte and see all the marvelous pastry and haute cuisine dishes that they do out of pistachio. I see a trend of the market going towards that. We find pistachio more and more in the dishes, in the kitchen, in the cuisine, and this is something to be exploited by the market. We are already doing it in Spain. We see more and more products derived from pistachio, and this is something interesting. On the other hand, I see also about demand, a big demand for organic product. Spain overall in rain-fed orchards or just with very few drip irrigation is actually quite keen to produce organic pistachio. It's quite easy for us to produce it under the EU conditions. and we see it in the market demand. This year, because of COVID, it was the first time that we have seen a decrease on organic product, and this is due to the fact that it is more expensive than the conventional one. But still, I would point it as a trend demand, the organic product. On this regard, I have to say, authorities at the European level, but also at the Spanish level, should put more attention on surveying that the organic conditions to be planting organic pistachio are really surveyed by the authorities in order to avoid any kind of misuse or cheating about the organic certifications. This has been already the case in some places in my country, and pistachio imported from other countries. This is a fight to win, and a lot of people we are really getting involved into that, and the authorities too. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. It was good to get your perspective as well.
Mia, I want to add something, if you let me, for Carlos. Carlos, I want to add that actually my comment was only for the world demand. I mean, world demand for snack is around 90%. For example, for Turkey, we have 50% for ingredient market, which is the chocolate industry, sweet industry, and others. And also Italy is one of our biggest markets for exports. They are using a lot of ingredients. But if you look at the total numbers, I mean, the snacking is like 90% in total. Of course, in total. Spain and Turkey, we are also 50% ingredients. Thanks God, also to Italy is same. We hope that this trend will continue. I believe that it will continue after seeing more, reasonable prices if you compare with other tree nuts like almonds and walnuts.
Okay, thank you, Serkan. I was surprised when you said 90%. I understood wrong because I know that actually Turkish.
I had to clarify as well, for everybody. I mean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was a great discussion. I want to thank our panelists, and moving on with our agenda, I will summarize our panel discussion with a few key takeaways. So the key takeaways are that continued positive consumer trends are being driven by increased healthy snacking and a shift towards a more plant-based protein diet. Strong, effective industry marketing efforts are focused on health and nutrition and are increasing consumer awareness and driving pistachio demand overall. We have a powerful nutrition message that continues to resonate more and more with consumers, and all of that messaging is backed by solid nutrition research. Pistachios are a complete plant-based protein and a convenient, healthy snack, which means that they contain the essential amino acids I mentioned earlier, and pretty exciting for our overall industry. Kernels have become more and more available, and this has created even more demand than we could have predicted, as our panelists mentioned. In fact, in the US, our year-to-date shipments are currently breaking the record set last year. And in fact, the last 5 years, the US has broken the kernel shipment record. So great news for kernels. And now more than ever, we are actively marketing kernels, both as a snack and as an ingredient. Also, you see it in new product innovation and introductions like seasoned kernels. So that's been really exciting to see. A worldwide supply of pistachios this upcoming crop year, taking into account crop year 2021 crop expectations and estimated carryover from this year, will be down, as I mentioned, 13% compared to last year. However, overall demand is growing, and as we heard from all the panelists, it's very exciting, and we're going to need that supply to meet current and projected demand. So all great news. We heard from the group that growing pistachios to reduce insect levels, and I mentioned that we're doing more work in the area of sustainability. We're focusing on soil health and caring for the land. We are not without our challenges, as discussed during this program, but you can clearly see the overall message is a positive one. We have a great product that is loved the world over, and we are united in our optimism about the future. And so with that, I will thank you for your support of the pistachio industry. At this point, we are going to move on to questions. And I would like to ask Mike to please get us started while I look them over.
Sure, Mia, happy to do that. So I'm going to start off with the first question here for the US panel. It says, given harvest timing and recent supply chain disruptions and the expectation that these will continue into the peak selling season, do you think the industry will have a degree of difficulty meeting demand into China given an early Chinese New Year shipping season? So I will start off answering that, and then Mia can add. What I would say is, yes, there are significant supply chain and shipping challenges. We are dealing with those. What I would also say is, fortunately, the industry has a sizable carryover, and that carryover can be shipped earlier in the season to arrive in time for Chinese New Year. However, that is only through careful coordination. And we need to work very, very closely with our Chinese partners to make sure that we coordinate that and have the product arrive on time. And I don't have a crystal ball, but I anticipate the shipping issues will certainly continue through the Chinese New Year period, as that is the peak holiday shipping season, and there'll be a lot of shipping capacity. So I would say we're preparing for the challenge as best we can. However, we're going to have to closely coordinate with our Chinese customers. Mia.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you taking the first one. Okay, I think we have a one for Iran, Behruz. The question is, what type of marketing or advertising does the IPA do? Specifically, the question is, the IPA does not promote and advertise like the American Pistachio Board about the quality and benefits of pistachios. Would you mind addressing this question?
Sure, I would love to. You know, the breakdown of Iranian pistachio farmers is that we have mostly smaller farmers. By smaller farmers, I mean less than 20 hectares. We have farm owners that are half a hectare, 1 hectare, 2 hectares, different variety. But this is the biggest total number of hectares belong to these small farmers. And IPA is formed by the help of small and big farmers. And it really doesn't have the funds and means available to it to promote pistachios, Iranian pistachios around the world. Whereas in America, most of the farmers are big size farmers. And for example, when there was a California pistachio group, even that split up into 2 different groups. One was Wonderful and one was the rest. So they each have their own money and banking and backing, to promote pistachios. Unfortunately, in Iran, it doesn't work like that. And IPA, we have a lot of small farmers which cannot, put money into the IPA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Behruz. We have another question here. This is for Turkey, Serkan. Turkey had such a large crop, but prices remained so high. Why so much carryover, low domestic demand or less exports? Why Turkey remained firm on prices?
Thank you for the question. Actually, Turkey had maybe the record low prices this year if you compare previous years. And it was, Turkish prices were cheaper than US prices. It was higher than Iranian prices, which is for the first time, maybe the second time in the history. Normally, Turkish pistachios has 20 to 30% more than these origins every year, even more. But with this bumper crop, we have bumper crop. We have still a habit in Turkey. The people who stock pistachios as an investment. There are still such people which have money and they think that they can stock and then make money after 1-2 years by stocking them. This was the habit coming from the previous years because we always had lower crop and bigger demand in domestic, and this still continues. But this year, after this record crop, even they had these stocks, and the domestic consumption was around, let's say, maximum end of the season 150,000 tons, and let's say the exports around 25 to 30,000 tons will end up. We still have a lot of carryover, but they are mostly with the traders and these kind of stockers in the market. But as I told you, still Iran is exceptional this year. I think it never seen this such low price in Iran, and it has increased already to the normal levels. Turkey was cheap this year, and we had a lot of demand even from China, especially for the in-shell pistachios, and we have repeat orders because the products were loved by and tested really with positive answers. And I believe that in incoming years, if the total supply continues to be with excess of domestic consumption, this is for sure, we believe, we will see more reasonable prices. And then after, worldwide, it's being tested more, we will see more demands incoming for Turkish pistachios with the consistent price throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Serkan. We have another question here. Perhaps, Mike, you can take this one. We have seen more pesticide residue failure issues on pistachio these days, specifically on the US pistachios. May I know if the pest issues are getting more serious, which needs extra spray to control and makes the residues excess, and how could this be resolved?
Thank you, Mia. Yeah, pesticide issues are a concern. We talked earlier about regulatory challenges that the industry has. Pesticide residues are a regulatory challenge. In certain markets, the levels are extraordinarily low and we believe not supported by science. So that's one of the issues. We believe they're artificially low. We're working to resolve that as best we can. But that will take some time. With regards to insect pressure, as you mentioned, Mia, the insect damage in the product this year was quite low, and we believe that's because of an integrated pest control strategy for our farmers. Pesticides is part of that. However, a bigger part of that is winter sanitation, biorational pest controls, puffers as they're called, and a variety of an integrated program, and then also just general awareness of the issue. So I would not say it's related to more spraying. I would say it's really related to regulations that are extraordinarily low. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that our industry is doing a great job at managing issues as they come up, which happened this year. So I commend our industry for doing that. We have a question now for Carlos. If you could quantify the organic demand into Europe, how many metric tons would you estimate it to be?
Thank you, Mia. That's a tricky question because by memory, I could say, if I remember well, that the total consumption of pistachios of the European Union was about 150,000 tons to 200,000 tons. Out of that, not even 5% of the pistachio demand is organic. My question is, this is because people don't want to buy more organic, or maybe because there are not more organic pistachios available, or the available one is expensive? As I said before, the difference between conventional and organic pistachio nowadays is around €3 the kilogram. Already our customers complain sometimes that organic pistachio is expensive. Some of them still find worth it to work with it and packing and selling in special stores. But what would happen if this price difference would decrease? If it was only €1 or €1.5 the kilogram, would the demand increase? My opinion is yes, the demand could increase. So nowadays, I'm sorry I cannot answer that question very well. I think it's a mixture of both. The demand of it, which is increasing because of what we said before. People want to eat healthy. People want to practice sports, and the animal protein is more and more difficult to produce or less demanded as well. And on the other hand is the price issue. If the price could decrease, I think the demand would increase in Europe. That's what I think.
I want to contribute something to Carlos. Sorry, Carlos, you are finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you.
I agree with Carlos, especially for the organic demand in Europe. We are also very close and working a lot of organic products also for walnuts. And we see that if the premium that they pay more than 10 to 15%, the demand is really getting really low. We have experienced in previous years. So this premium, which Carlos mentioned, if it is like 30, 35%, it really kills the demand. So with the availability of the product, I think, like other nuts, I think we can see more and more demand incoming for organic pistachios. I believe that in incoming years will be easier to find this supply all over the world and then deliver this product to these customers with really interesting pricing.
Thank you, Serkan and Carlos. Let's move on with another question. This question is general to the panel. Do consumers have preferences for certain origins of pistachios? Who would like to start with that one? Go ahead, Behrooz.
Yeah. We have been sending pistachios to India for the past 90 years. And we believe that their preference for our Ahmad Aghai, given competitive prices, we feel like, this Indian, as I mentioned before, we could send a lot more pistachios to India. And because they have been used to knowing and eating pistachios for a long time, and they prefer this, especially Iranian Ahmad Aghai. So I don't see why that the trend shouldn't take that much higher in the future. Thank you.
Yes, Behrooz, I see that for Iran, year to date in the 7 months, that quite a lot of shipments to the Indian subcontinent, almost 20,000 metric tons, up 17% over last year.
Exactly. Before that, our biggest shipment to the Indian subcontinent throughout the year was 19,000 tons. This year, through the first 7 months, we have shipped 19,000 tons to the Indian subcontinent. So, and also, before the China market or Far East market was very price sensitive and eating favorable prices. But even in the Chinese market this year, we have been selling Akbari, which is a long variety with a higher price. So I think even in China, you have so many people, so many rich people in China, maybe they mentioned 10% of the population is very rich. So eventually the trend in China is going to go one for cheaper pistachio, one for more expensive pistachios. And I think this is a big market for the US, Iran, Turkey, Spain, all these countries that are up and coming to, export a lot of shipments to China and India. This is what I see the world's future to be in these two countries. Thank you.
Yes, Behrooz, for the Far East, for China and Hong Kong, together, Iran and the US is close to almost 130,000 metric tons just for the first 7 months, which is up 68% over last year. Iran, you make up most of that. So, and even with the tariffs, we had good shipments for the US. So quite impressive in the Far East. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think they are talking about lifting the sanctions. I'm sorry, Mike. I think the Far East is talking about lifting the sanctions on the American pistachio. I believe that 1 year we shipped 150,000 tons together to the Far East. That was a record year, but I see it to go way beyond that, hopefully in the future. I'm sorry, Mike, take it over.
No, thank you. Mia, I was just going to say, consumers, what they want is consistent quality, and they want that year in, year out. And that's what we in California strive to do with everything we do, from our growing practices to our processing. And currently California is the majority of shipments, and we're going to work hard to continue to drive the consistent quality, and that'll drive demand in the future.
Yes, I completely agree, Mike. Thank you. All right, let's see now. Moving on, why don't we talk about quality? So, and this is a general question to the panelists. What can we expect quality-wise on, I guess, the current crop, it asks, but maybe also the next crop? Who would like to take that?
So I'll start off. So I think this all goes back to, first of all, it's very hard to predict. I'll start with that. However, this all goes back to what the group has been talking about with regards to good farming practices. So quality all starts with good farming practices in the field. And that's related to, as we mentioned, a lot of the pest control, and making sure we have good pest control. And that starts from the first day of the new crop year, making sure that that's done well throughout the whole year. So there's a good program. So we're hopeful that the pieces of pest control have been in place. So that's one. The second is make sure we have enough harvest capacity. With harvest capacity, we can receive the crop quickly, get it processed quickly, get it safely into the silos. That'll maintain the quality as well. However, there are factors that are beyond our control. There's potentially late season heat, potentially issues with access to water and so forth. So there's a variety of factors that we can't predict. However, I would just say that we have done, and I'm sure the other growing regions as well, have done all they can to produce the highest quality product.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, I agree with.
Okay, Mia, I would like to answer next. For us, good quality starts by demand, because most markets expect low prices. With low prices, you cannot give high quality pistachios. We are seeing the trend now around the world that people are asking for quality pistachios. Now, when they ask for quality pistachios at the more favorable prices, it's very easy to furnish them with such goods. But as long as the demand is for lowest price possible, then you can't really compete with quality there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, good point. Anybody else want to try that question? Go ahead, Carlos.
As Mike said, it's a bit early to say. It's difficult to predict. In Spain, a fact that affects quality quite often is the hail in the late summer. When we have hail rains of hail, it can affect and damage the fruit and affect the quality. What we can say nowadays is that the spring went time, the blooming went smoothly, and we didn't observe any issue. This is a known year in Spain, and we can expect a good quality of the product. Thank you.
I can continue, Mia. For Turkish crop, actually, for current crop, we had a bumper crop, and if you have a big crop, the size is getting smaller in general, and we have also lower kernel yields and more insect damage than average year. For the next year, for the new crop, we expect actually bigger sizes and also bigger yields for kernels as well. And also, when the trees are a little bit, tired and low production, we expect also less insect damage with the, care of the farms easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Serkan. Yes, and also to add that in the US, I think we're doing such an exceptional job, as Mike mentioned, on all of our farming practices. that not only did we have, the lowest insect level, I think in the last 14 years, but this year we also had record low closed shells. And with that percentage of closed shell being low, it makes it difficult to make good quality kernels. So I'll say if we continue doing a good job on farming practices, it might make it more challenging to make attractively priced kernels. So I think if I agree with Beruz, if we want good quality kernels, the market, is going to have to possibly see an increase in price to accommodate it if we're not going to get the closed shell that we're used to getting. Okay, let's see if I have another question here. It looks like we have one for maybe the whole panel. Carlos mentioned recommended irrigation pattern for Spain was like 1,500 to 2,000 cusimeters per hectare, which are the typical volumes applied in US, Iran, and Turkish plantations when they are irrigated. So the question is, what is the water need for each of our crops in each of our respective areas? Anybody want to take a shot at that one? Go ahead, Beruz.
Okay. Our water system is going through to drip irrigation. Now, some areas is above surface, some areas it's under the surface. And normally, in the hot summer days, if we can irrigate, let's say 7 days, 6 days, 8 days on average, we'll be fine. On other, when it's not so hot, we can go to 10 days, 12 to 14 days and irrigate in these cycles and have no problem. It all depends, whether the soil is soft or hard also, So when the soil is softer, you irrigate less, but at more times. When the soil is hard, you irrigate in less time, but more hours each time you irrigate it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Beruz. Yes, I think also just from the US, as Mike mentioned, water is of a great concern right now in California, especially because of the drought we're in. And I think some of the things I mentioned earlier, utilizing water more efficiently and effectively is the key to California producing a crop that is less reliant on water. But having said that, water, is important to producing a good quality crop, as Mike said. And certainly, some areas need, 6 acre feet, some need 8 acre feet, some less. So it depends on the growing region, where those orchards are, specifically in California, kind of also dictate the amount of water that needs to be put on an orchard. And I'm sorry, I meant 4 acre feet. So go ahead, Mike. Did you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it, Mia. There is variability for a number of factors. I would also say there continues to be a lot of study as to what is the optimal amount of water and also when to apply it. And I know our universities are continuing to do a lot of research on that.
Great. Anybody else want to add to that regarding water? Okay. So with that, I think we're going to stop with the questions, and seems like we're going to be out of time in a couple of minutes here. So at this point, I just want to say thank you for all those questions. I think they really helped to expand the conversation. So thank you for sending them in. And at this time, I would like to thank the panelists for their insightful contributions to this year's INC Pistachio Working Group. And I would like to also thank the audience for joining us. And we hope you found it informative and useful. And we hope to see all of you next year in person. And with that, I will hand it back over to Goretti to wrap up the session.
Thank you, Mia. And to all of you for sharing your expertise. And thank you again to Seton Pistachio of Terra for sponsoring the session. Also, just to let you know that this session, like all the rest, will be available in the Netflix area of the conference website. Thank you again to everyone for joining us over these past few days. Please make sure that you stay connected to Stage 1, as coming next is the announcement of our Innovation Award winner and the closing ceremony with INC Chairman Michael Waring and myself. Thank you and see you shortly.
We are thrilled to be a sponsor of this year's Global INC Online Conference and hope you enjoy this brief overview of our family company.
Hello again, everybody. Now, before we proceed to the closing ceremony, we are going to announce the winner of the prestigious INC Innovation Award, which recognizes some of the brightest new products and services in the industry. Firstly, thank you to all who applied, but the votes are now in. In third place, from the USA, we have Diamond Foods with a ready-to-use nut pie crust. Coming in second, from India, the Western India Cashew Company with pure hard nut paste. Thank you for entering and congratulations to you both. And now for the winner. The winner of the 2021 INC Innovation Award is Qcify. From USA, Qcify brings us its revolutionary product, the Qcify. Driven by AI and deep learning algorithms, the Qcify uses a network effect to make field machines continuously smarter. A huge congratulations, Qcify. And now let me hand over to their CEO, Mr. Ralph Peters, to accept the award and say a few words about this fantastic machine.
Thank you, Goretti and the entire INC team for continuing to bring together the industry of nuts and dried fruits. And even throughout the pandemic, you guys have continued great work on this aspect. So thank you for that. Also, thank you for all our customers, for your continued partnerships, and for allowing our technology and our team to add value to your operations. And I would also like to thank the QSify team, both in California and Belgium, because your drive and passion and friendship is what makes QSify a great company. We will continue the journey trying to come up with new innovative systems, and we hope that in the years to come, we can help many of our customers improve efficiencies, reduce costs, and basically optimize their operations. So thank you for the team. Thank you for our customers and partners. Thank you for the INC team. And also thank you for everybody who voted for QSify. 4 years ago, we were on the stage at the INC in India. I would say nobody knew who QSify was, let alone how to pronounce our company name. I'm very proud today that 4 years later, we have been able to make somewhat of an impact in the industry. And I think one thing I can promise you all is we will continue this push towards innovation, towards bringing the food industry to the future. And we look forward to doing it together with all of you. So thank you again, and my best regards to everybody who attended the INC.
Thank you, Raf. And again, congratulations.
Thank
Now
you.
let me hand over to our INC chairman, Michael Waring, for his closing remarks. Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Goretti. The INC online conference has exceeded expectations. This in terms of registrations, with over 1,300 in total from over 70 countries, but also in content. As it is when we are together live, the knowledge sharing from our industry experts around the INC Congress has again facilitated an enlightening series of working groups and also in the recorded and on-demand sessions. Thanks to the work of the INC executive and the membership, we have continued to be informed of the current happenings within the sector and to build and harness existing relationships through these virtual events. You have also created a new aspiration for myself, and that is to become the physique of my avatar. What is clearly evident is that as an industry and through such challenging times, we have been able to organise ourselves, remain informed, and continue to grow. In regards to working groups, I'd like to make a special thank you not only to the working group chairs, but also to the panel members, many operating at the dead of night or the break of day to contribute to both pre-meetings and at their event. For the most part, the message is that demand continues to grow across the industry. In some instances, price resultant, but in all ways a result of a common focus by market participants. Sustainability was at the forefront of discussions within the industry. The message is clear. Industry is adapting and presenting this topic with better understanding and a more concise and positive manner. The working groups also covered the key aspects of the trials we are facing, and these include logistics and specifically shipping, container shortages, sea freight pricing, unfulfilled schedules, and cancelled bookings. Trade wars and the fallout continues to warp the market and prohibit natural and more predictable trade flows. This accompanied by a series of geopolitical developments that even further complicate our businesses in these most difficult of times. Consistently across the working groups, we heard discussion on the changes in the supply chain and ultimately the channels to the consumer. A cycle is in fact coming full loop. Food service demise, enhanced and accelerated development of the retail offering for home cooking, and this ingredient home cooking sector has grown. But interestingly, and as we move out from the COVID-19 shadow, food service is regaining momentum and growing again. The combination of the growth in sales to home cooking and the manufacturing sector, and combined again with the regaining of the food services to traditional markets such as restaurants, bars, and tourism-based consumption, may well lead to overall larger demand and improved market development. Dare I say, and as expressed in the group's improved long-term and even a more diversified market as we emerge. The on-demand sessions are not to be missed. In regards to the session on nut fruit and immunity, they discuss the importance of including nuts in diet and their role in helping us to maintain a healthy immune system due to their nutrient profile. Blatantly relevant, but still vital to disseminate these facts in these times. Nut, fruit, and sustainability. This session, we discussed the UN sustainability goals and how the nut and dry fruit industry can help reach these goals, and with practicality. Increasingly important, sustainability in the nut and dried fruit industry has, and the INC has recognised this by creating the new Sustainability Committee. One outstanding aspect in this commentary was the mention of the non-timber forestation and reforestation through the growing of nuts and dried fruit. The industry marketing program summary and through the collection of global associations was quite telling. Shows the great and continued work of the associations globally and their marketing actions to increase global consumption. INC remains committed to assist and facilitate in these areas and encourage cross-country, cross-product collaboration in the development of concepts and in the sharing of knowledge. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all of our sponsors for helping to make the event happen, sharing their fantastic products and services with us all, and for their continued support of the industry. Please visit their booths and learn of their offerings. Many are groundbreaking and will surely provide benefit to many businesses. And so in summary, at the beginning of COVID-19, there was new business terms, new buzz terms, and the key of them was the need to pivot, or indeed pivoting. This now seems forever ago. The circumstances of the world continues to need to adapt, and it is evident that we have adapted. Under COVID-19, many consumers are placing more emphasis on healthy eating, and specifically the likes of nuts and dried fruit. For the consumer, it's about understanding the product, its nutritional attributes, the product's functionality, and how they can use them. We have harnessed these attributes and through dissemination, and we have applied them to the marketing and promotion of our incredible range. This in no way plays down the horrific situation in which the world finds itself under COVID-19. However, and as an industry, and as we emerge from this pandemic, it would seem clear that we have developed significantly. And it is evident that we emerge with renewed focus. We are indeed growing and handling and offering to the consumer worldwide a health product that will continue to play an increasingly important role in the provision of nutrition to the world. Goretti, you and your team have presented an event of genius. And talking of pivoting, certainly your team have presented a great example of that in this show. So, wishing everyone good health. Please stay safe, and I hope that we can be together again soon. Thank you for your participation, and good evening.
Thank you very much, Michael. Speakers, sponsors, and exhibitors, and attendees, let me close the INC through-day online conference by thanking all of you for joining us for an excellent 3 days of knowledge sharing, learning, and networking. Also, I want to say a big thank you to our main sponsor for the event, Tombra Food. Likewise, let me thank all of the INC staff for their support, not just for this conference, but for all of this past year for helping make these fantastic online events possible. I would especially like to mention Maria Borrell for managing the event, Irene Gironès for coordinating all our panel members and speakers, Mark Centellas for the communications strategy, and Jonathan Darnell for playing an excellent role as a conference presenter. And of course, the rest of the staff, Xavi, Marta, Julia, Chloe, Federico, Agnes, Mar, and Vanessa. As I mentioned at the beginning of the conference, we are proud to be able to bring these events to you through what have been challenging times and provide the industry with the latest updates of the sector. Our next online events will be starting again in the fall, for which we will send out information nearer the time. I look forward to seeing you there. The virtual platform will remain open for your enjoyment until this Friday, and if you missed any of the sessions or would like to go back and rewatch, they will also be available in the multimedia area of the INC conference website. Once again, thank you all for your participation throughout the past 3 days. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care and goodbye.